Welcome to El Sancho Live. It is me, El Sancho, and I am here. Hello, Beanie. Hello, Nicole. Hello, Phil. Hello, Telsama. Hello, everybody in the chat. I will even say hello, piece of shit. How are you, piece of shit? That's your name on here, so I can say I'm just saying your name just for the record. Um, Good evening. It's Saturday night. Late night, 11 p.m. on the East Coast time. Want to introduce somebody who's been doing this auditing game for about 4 or 5 years. He is somebody that I have met on panels, and I have been immediately interested in from an intelligent aspect. I was telling him off the air that I need to be challenged up here. I'm pointing at my head. I need to have that diverse, intelligent conversation in order to stay interested in something. And this individual provides that, Mr. Southside Slakr. Mike, how are you doing tonight?
I'm doing good, sir. How about yourself?
Welcome to El Sancho Live. Let's start off by talking about. I know you're not a fan of titles, but El Sancho gets a little confused by titles. Would you refer to yourself as a auditor or as a cop watcher?
Um, I'd probably be closer to the cop watching aspect, but on the auditing, it'd probably just be more of a. So I wouldn't even say I audit. I do me and just see how the public and the cops react to it. 'Cause
How
cop. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
So, what got you involved in to grab a camera and start a YouTube channel 4 or 5 years ago?
Shit. In all honesty, it was a mixture of being having a chip on my shoulder towards law enforcement and knowing that I would be a prime example to be targeted and fucked with what I was choosing to do. And I liked I liked what I saw early on in what they alleged to be the community. I liked what I was seeing from a lot of the people involved in it. A lot of people were putting these videos out there for more awareness. It wasn't like it wasn't just all about the views. It was more just about like putting things out there to bring awareness to it, to let people see what's going on. Because there was some positive interactions as well as negative interactions I would come across, but now it's just all negative. Positive has gone out the window.
I always say it might not be the best idea to get involved in something when there's emotion. Do you agree with that logic? And do you have any regrets of getting involved with it being so emotionally attached?
Wow, that's a good question. I agree with you. I feel like going into it with emotion can blur your opportunity to grow as an individual. And that's where I was for a couple years, being just solely on the I hate cops, and no matter what they say, no matter what they do, they're in the wrong. They're the victimizer. They're the ones, committing these wrongs and committing these offenses, and I should be held to no standard while holding them to such a high standard. So I do agree that my feelings did blind me from really putting out any positive outlook or information. It was just all negative and negative and negative. So yeah, that blinded me. And regrets, I don't want to say I have regrets. There's some things that I would do over if given. Well, no, I can't even say that in honesty, because everything I've done has made me who I am today. I would have to make those same mistakes to know where I went wrong. So I'd still do everything the way I did, but there's a few things that I would that I'm not so proud of, is I guess what I'd say. Not regret, but not so proud of.
What was the most emotional moment so far and why?
I excuse me. The most emotional to me, like that really hit me. I was walking. It actually happened a few blocks from my house here in my neighborhood. I was walking with the AR, and about two or three park police stopped me and guns drawn and put me to the ground physically. And that was the first time it had gotten to that point where they physically restrained me and put me on the ground, remove my weapon and whatnot. That's probably the most emotional I got. Like I said, 'cause having that experience for the first time to that level, I let my emotions take over, and I went on a pretty good parade to the officers. I tried to talk to the sergeant to no avail, and it was all raw emotion of me just being angry and not really talking or discussing what was really wrong with the situation.
How many times has you, whether it's auditing, cop watching, got physical, and why?
Uh, I think it's only gotten physical in the sense of having to put their hands on me, maybe two, maybe three times. Which was the first time when I was open carrying was the one I just mentioned right out here in front of it used to be a Latter-day Saints church, but I think it's a different church now, but a church in my neighborhood. And there was also an instance inside the magistrate, which was a gentleman, the security guard there, me and another cat on YouTube, Texas Sheepdog, were inside the magistrate filming, and in the process of after they removed me, physically removed me, they got the right to do that. I'm not arguing that, but he stepped back out, grabbed my camera, and destroyed my property and tossed it. That and then the third time was again property destruction. I was filming outside of a public works, and a man walked out and hit my phone out of my hand, and I wanted to defend myself, but surrounded by cops, I didn't. And there's been a few other times that haven't been caught on camera. Texas Sheepdog was with me once when I had a guy from it was a refinery plant. I can't remember the name of it. We were filming the office to a refinery plant, and some cat walked out, uh, grabbed the camera and tried to swing on me. And like standing there by myself, there's really nothing you could do. You got three or four guys around. I went to kind of go at him. By then, Sheepdog pulled up, drove up next to me, threw me in the car, and we left. So there's been quite a few times people have tried to get physical. That I want to defend myself, but at the same time, I'm consciously aware that I'm already the bad guy to police. So even if I'm in the right and I hit somebody or defend myself, I've got to work twice as hard to prove that. So I try to avoid that at all costs.
Do you feel like there's too much emotion involved?
Oh yeah, 100%. Yes, sir. Like even from myself included, like it's hard not to get emotionally involved. But like I said, when I get or anybody gets emotionally invested, we tend to the line tends to get blurred for what's really being fought for, and we just like it. We lose our focus. When not, I don't want to say we because I don't know if everyone. I tend to when I get emotional lose my focus, and it just comes. And I'm real vulgar when I get upset too, so it just comes off as some asshole cussing somebody out.
Is that something you're working on, or are you at a point where you know it's something you really can't, keep under wraps and control?
No, I'm definitely trying to work on it. Not that I'm completely just trying to eliminate it out of the equation, but I'm starting to understand because when I like this goes back to the early on in the emotion. When I first started, you'd hear a lot of people say I would hear a lot of people say things like certain types of auditing or certain type of cop watching is wrong. It's incorrect. You shouldn't do this, and I would get real upset because I knew they were directed towards me. Because like when this first started, there was all kinds of little pop-up groups and pop-up organizations that were trying to form and trying to create, and but none of them would reach out to people like me because people like me don't win lawsuits, and that's the one thing I heard across the board from everybody. You got to watch what you do because you can't win in a court, and it would always upset me, and I'd always have to get on the butthurt end like it doesn't matter how vulgar I am, blah blah blah. But now that I've kind of taken a step back and looking at it, and I'm seeing from the outside looking in, I don't want to say it hurts and needs to be changed because everyone has the right to do what they want. But I can understand where people were saying that it diminishes the message that's being put out there. So I am trying to make a conscious effort to not be so confrontational all the time, and maybe let these officers put their foot in their mouth, and only when really need be do I have to let the shit fly.
Big shout out to Odin. I see him in the chat. It was his suggestion to have you on. So big shout out. You and I have been already talking about setting this up for a little bit. but Odin was the one who pushed it over for me. So big shout out to Odin.
Oh,
Um,
yes, sir. Thank you, Odin. Yeah.
what regrets, if any, do you have when you started out?
Um, I guess one of my regrets, like I said, if it's looked to be it as regret, really has to do with personal life. I should have talked more with the people close, like my wife, who at the then time, my wife, my brothers, my sister, my mom, my children. I should have I should have asked them and got their opinion on the matter because it affects them not as much as it does me. But I didn't realize the trickle down effect that this could have and how it could affect my life. I just assumed, I'm going to go out there, I'm going to, exercise my right, I'm going to put some videos up and it'd be no big deal. I wasn't aware. I should have been, but I wasn't aware that it was going to affect the personal side of my life. And I feel like that's something I should have touched on before doing this because I was more than willing to take the risk and put myself in the way of whether legal dispute or physical harm, whatever. I was more than willing, and I made the choice to do that. But the people close to me, I didn't give them that option and kind of just thrust them into having to deal with whatever come of it.
What are your flaws when it comes to cop watching?
Hmm. Well, I got quite a few. Like I said, I tend to spout off at the mouth pretty quick and be pretty vulgar. Um, I've I'm trying to work on it, but I tend to sometimes push the distance and try to get a little too close, and I've been known to try to push that a little bit with some of these cops. I've been arrested for interfering before, being too close to a scene. I didn't think I was, but we can argue that's semantics. That can be argued in court. That's how they feel. So, um, and I'm just naturally, I got a natural like anti-authority mentality just from growing up and being the wannabe thug and the going to jail and the yada yada. Just growing up, I just got the natural buck authority mentality. So anytime a cop rolls by and just wants to, a back up 5 feet from me, I'll just naturally want to, no, I'm good, rather than meet him in the middle and be like, all right, I can do you this, but blah blah blah. I'm just real stubborn and hard headed to see things my way and ain't willing to bend or even like meet in the middle a lot of times. And I put myself in a situation, and once I'm in, I dig my heels in. So if I put myself in a situation to where now I know I'm possibly going to go to jail, I go all in rather than just stop and try to de-escalate. I'm known to just fucking keep fueling the fire.
If you can disclose it, in my opinion, there's always a breaking point. There's always an incident that causes someone to say, you know what, fuck it. I need to do something. I need to do something to be a part of the change to fix things. What was that for you?
Hmm. It's it that just I mean it goes back, I guess, just throughout my childhood and my teenage years. Like there was not one specific incident. It was just my own experiences with being like stereotyped and being just constantly fucked with, and those I knew. Like I would see people in my neighborhood, guys I looked up to, good guys, not even like gangsters or nothing, but good cats. Worked hard, took care of their families. I would see cops, fucking with them, pull them over. Like, let's say a house party is called, cops come over, a little rough, threaten people. Like, I've just noticed cops abuse their power repeatedly and in more than one system because I've been in San Antonio, I've been in Houston, was locked up in Houston. I think the first time I saw Harris County Jail, I was 17, and that shit was horrendous to me. The way the I saw a guard literally slap the shit out of somebody standing there in intake because he didn't respond with a yes sir quick enough. So the fucking guard just slapped the shit out. I mean, it's like a 35-year-old dude. He just bitch slapped. I'm 17 years old. I'm like, holy shit, like, is this what I got to look forward to? And this is just a repeated process. I was 14 the first time an officer really put the beat down on me. Uh, Nothing happened. I was on probation at the time, told my probation officer. She turned the other way, turned her head and was like, oh, it's no big deal. Kind of, you got what you deserved. I seen it happen to members in my family, other men, that it just wasn't smart to fucking be caught alone in a certain part of town with certain officers. So it was a lifetime of just abuse that I just got sick of it. And what honestly gave me the courage was a guy by the name of like Joe Citizen Hope, because I was watching YouTube and I saw a bunch of cats, like not a bunch but a handful of cats like the Batusai and them, that were, you know, real polite and real, you know, like respectful and everything, and nothing against that. But me personally, I had it again, I came into this angry. I had no need to be polite and respectful to these officers. So when I saw Joe Citizen Ho, and he's out there and he's not intentionally just walking around berating these cops, but he's got no problem approaching these cops and treating them like shit. And that gave me the kind of like, I guess the spine to go out there and do it, to be like, all right, I can go out there and be me and be vulgar and be aggressive and not have and it not be a problem.
Are you able to address? I know we talked about it off air. A couple people in the chat are asking about your videos not being on your channel right now. Are you able to let everybody know the situation there?
Oh yeah, it's no problem. Yeah, about a month ago, I shot myself in the foot and lost my job. That, and along with some personal shit that hit my life, I was in a bad spot. So I pulled those down as a means of ensuring that I could find work, because social media nowadays, people could look that shit up and they could decide whether they hire you off of it. And I've lost quite a few jobs. I mean, 3 to 5 jobs in the last 5 years, 5, 6 years, not solely because of the YouTube, but I know the YouTube had a direct impact on it, especially downtown. I lost a job directly for the cops went down there and talked to my manager and got me fired. So I wanted to try to kind of prevent that that aspect of fucking stop me from getting a job. And then while they were down, I just thought, why put them back up, kind of deal, to like not sure what I'm gonna do with the channel's direction, because I'm still gonna cop watch and do all that, but it's the community factor that it's, I don't know, it's there's a personal reason that I got no problem getting into, but there's a personal reason that the community, I'm having to take a step back from.
How how competitive was it getting into this with YouTube, with this movement 5 years ago, being even at an adolescent point beyond belief? Even more now. I mean, it's still a small movement, in my opinion, that's growing. But 5 years ago, forget about it. How competitive was it, and how did you get your first break, let's so to speak?
You know, I really don't think it was that competitive when I first started. Uh, it was, like I said, there was a handful. I know there was, when I first started. I know I was watching. I saw some Batusai videos. I saw some NNH videos. I believe Bonus One out of California was doing it. Tom Zebra. I saw some of his videos. Um, Shit, there was a couple from up north too, out of Michigan. I think I saw someone out of Michigan, and like I said, Joe Citizen. So there was a hand, like it was scattered throughout the country with a few pockets here and there. So it wasn't really hard to kind of get my foot in the door, I guess you'd say, with the whole movement, because it was still kind of young. And like I said, Second Amendment, like I said, just the fact that there was, I could probably think of less than a handful of people throughout the nation that were openly doing the Second Amendment videos on YouTube. It was kind of easy for me to slide in there. And the first big break I got, I want to say it came as like a group thing. I got a phone call from Texas Sheepdog. Just no, I'm sorry, an email, because before we had before we exchanged numbers, I got an email from Texas Sheepdog one day, just, you know, inviting the link up, like, hey, you know, you're from San Antonio, I'm from San Antonio. There's a couple other cats. I think there was 5 of us from San Antonio and the Batusai from Austin. He's like, there's a group of cats from San Antonio. We want to, you know, link up and maybe try to do something, work all together and try to do a, you know, a collaboration together. I'm sorry, getting tongue tied while I'm smoking. Uh, so we did. We ended up all linking up and doing a video outside of VIA. It was a kind of a First and Second Amendment video. It was me, Texas Sheepdog, SXC Prez, PNP News, Batusai, uh, Backup Camera Girl, Buck G, and at the time the Soulless Productions, he ended up moving to California, but that was, I want to say, to me that was like the first big break, because I started out making these videos, but I'm still a fan at the same time. I would watch Texas Sheepdog's videos, I would watch the Batu Side's videos. So to meet these people was kind of surreal at the same time, yet we were all at the same level at that point. So it was kind of surreal and a real life changing moment.
How did you how did you maintain composure meeting them, and did you feel like you were still out of, hey, I need to prove something to really impress these guys?
The composure wasn't that hard to maintain. As I grew up in a military household, and then being locked up in my teenage years, I'm pretty good at composing myself in situations, like judging the situation and handling it accordingly. Um, but yeah, you hit it on the head. I did feel the need to I guess compete's the word. You know what I'm saying? Like fucking, cause, and even now, like that we'll probably get into that in a bit. But even now with competing, like then it wasn't as much, but I still felt that need to put videos out uh, to at least equal, if not greater, to what I'm watching. You know what I'm saying? So it kind of makes you have to pick, where do you want to go film, what time are you going to go film, how are you going to film. Like I then started making like conscious like decisions like these, rather than just the way it was is more spontaneous, spur of the moment. I could just get off of work and I'll grab my gun, throw it in the car, and I'll go take a cruise and walk around for a little bit. Now I'm trying to find like more susceptible areas, I guess, to not to where, because it's baiting, but it's not. If I walk around, my neighborhood for 6 months, then eventually the calls aren't going to come in. They're going to recognize me. So it becomes more of a, where am I going to go that I'm going to get somewhat of a reaction. But I don't know, it's hard to explain, because you want the reaction, but you don't. Because you want it because I'm obviously making a YouTube video. So I want to see how the police react. But I'd rather them not
But is it
interact with me at
safe?
all. So it's kind of,
Is it safe? I mean, I know it's legal, but is it safe and is it smart to do it? Is my question.
wow. Honest to God, by yourself, no, it's not safe or smart. I'm gonna be honest. Depending on where you're at, 'cause I get told all the time by Jack and all of them, hey, if you want to go out, let me know. We'll go with you. You shouldn't go by yourself. You should have a second camera. Because I know I don't I'm not so much worried about the cop that's gonna shoot me as much as I am the citizen that's gonna shoot me. Like that's what I'm more worried about. That if I walk through, let's say, Stone Oak, which is an area on the upper west, northeast side of town, real money area here in San Antonio. I'm aware that if I go walking around Stone Oak at any time of day, looking the way I do, that I'm more likely going to get stopped by a citizen of that neighborhood who openly carry or concealed carries and is going to try to detain me. And at that point, how do you handle that situation? So it's not smart or safe to do it by yourself. You should always go with multiple people, that so that way, because you're safer in groups. You should go with multiple people. You should go with multiple cameras, things of that nature. But I don't like to put anybody else in danger, so I choose not to take a second party. Like I feel it's unsafe to do it, but it's safer than, like you said, if someone's gonna get shot, I'd rather it just be me than me and somebody else.
How much of an adrenaline rush is it for you?
I mean, I can only equate, because I ride coasters, but I can only equate it to somebody who rides thrill rides, who jumps out of an airplane parachute. Like it's a huge rush, bro. It's a high in itself. Like just before I even walk out the door, my palms are sweating. My heart rate's got to be 1+, 100+ easy. Like my heart rate's going, my palms are sweating, my blood's rushing, my thoughts are rushing. And this is before I even walked out the door and put the gun, or strap it around my chest. I'm still feeling my palms, still getting my cigarettes, and I'm still getting my money and getting my soda, and I'm already feeling this. And then when I'm walking and I hear the call go over the radio, because a lot of times I'll listen to the scanner. Once I hear the call go over the radio and I know they're coming, instantly it kicks in, and I'm feeling it. So it's, yeah, it's a high unto itself.
Are you doing it because you're exercising your right to do it, or are you doing it for the adrenaline rush?
I'm doing it to exercise my right, but I'm aware now because again I wasn't aware of it, how my body would react at first, but I'm aware of it now, and like I'm just like with me smoking, it's something I'm becoming accustomed to and am able to more or less uh, handle myself under, and that's why I think my demeanor is becoming a little more calm, and I'm handling situations a little different because I'm able to handle this huge surge of adrenaline and emotions that's coming on. I'm able to handle it a little bit better because I'm building a tolerance to it.
Are you referring to tolerance to weed?
Well, just the tolerance to the adrenaline, the amount of drugs that my body's kicking in naturally when I open carry, and I'm just relating it to the same thing with weed, just like with any drug. The more you use any drug, the more able the more you're able to just do daily activities and because like I said, weed to me is second nature, you know. So I anything I can do while smoking weed. And so me getting out open carrying, the more I this rush comes through my body, the more my body feels it, the more I'm able to handle myself and make rational decisions rather than irrational decisions, things like that. I'm able to balance myself out the more my body's experienced it.
What's your favorite strain and why?
Oh wow. You know, that's a hard one. I can't say what my favorite strain is because here in Texas, I say it all the time. When it comes to the top grade weed, our shit at best is like a seven, uh, because we have to get it shipped in from Colorado, California, things places like this. And when I went to California and I tried the shit out there, it fucking took me to a whole nother plane. So I mean, I can't really say I got a favorite strain until Texas legalizes it and can let us start growing it and start making these strains. You know, it's pretty much whatever I can get my hands on,
Are you
as
more
long as it's
into
decent here
are
in
you more
Texas.
into indicas? Are you more into sativas or hybrids?
I prefer hybrids, but sativa if I have a choice.
I love indica. I'm smoking Grandpa's Breath right now, which is an indica.
Oh shit, that's what's up.
I did one stream the other day, Thursday. Was it Thursday? Thursday, and I didn't smoke, and everybody in the chat was like, "You didn't smoke." I'm like, "How did you know?" Because I was so fucking energized. It was so like
Yeah.
I could shake the tree of a coconut. And so a question I like to ask is: Are all police bad?
And a lot of people disagree with me. I say yes. I say yes, and I don't say all police are bad in the sense that every single one of them are out there committing these offenses. I say it's the same way someone will label like the Banditos. And here in San Antonio, it's a pretty prominent biker gang, especially here on the south side. Here on the south side and on the west side, they're a real prominent biker gang. You know, I know a lot of banditos. I grew up around a lot of these banditos, and I know a lot of them to be good guys. But if you ask somebody who outside looking in, if the banditos are bad, they're gonna say, yeah, they're all bad because they're a biker gang that they peddle drugs, they commit violent crimes, just like anybody. So I look at it the same way with the police officers. Until the majority of these cops will stop the cops that are doing wrong, they're guilty by association, the same way they would label anybody else affiliated with the organization. Until they attempt to weed out the bad, I feel they're just as liable. Just like the instance we'll go with the Floyd instance, where the other cops are just standing there. The one Chinese cop is just standing there. He's just as liable to me because why couldn't he have stopped it? So until we have the cops that stand up against the fucked up shit, like I said, I hold you just as liable, the same way you would, the same way we do any organized gang, any gang, because
Do
I
you
may know some
attempt?
banditos. I'm sorry,
Do
go ahead.
you attempt to build relationship with any police officers?
It may get windy for a second. Let me know if it's too bad, and I'll step back in. I'm gonna try to smoke a cigarette. At first, no. I'm gonna be honest with you. I didn't. My mentality was just fuck cops. It is what it is. But since doing this, um, excuse me just a second.
Anybody wants to come hang
Uh,
out backstage, DFK's already chilling, hanging out backstage. Very comfortable VIP seat I see for him, front row. Anyone else want to hop on? We're gonna bring the backstage up in a little bit after the interview to kind of chit chat and give you guys a chance to ask Mr. Southside Slakr any questions or comments on the interview. So everybody hanging out backstage will get a chance to come up in a little bit. Welcome back, Mike.
already. And like I was saying, but now I don't intentionally reach out, but I don't burn the bridges. There's a sergeant that I first ran into here that worked. I don't know if he still does the night shift, but about he used to work the night shift, and about 3 years ago, he ended up arresting me one night. We started off on a bad foot. I was walking home, a car almost hit me. He ends up telling me some shit. We talk back and forth. He arrests me. Uh, I end up seeing him a couple weeks later. He's completely fine with me. I'm out filming a traffic stop with my son because he worked graveyard at the time. So I went and picked him up. We're walking home. I'm filming a constable traffic stop, and across the street, there's a whole bunch of SAPD. So I just boom, I go from one to the other. The sergeant comes up, he's talking to me fine. He's treating me like press. I walk up to him, he's like, "What's up, Southside? You know, what's going on?" Like, "Hey, what's up, boss? What's going on?" And he's like, "Okay, this is what happened. We're looking for this. If you happen to see anything, let us know. Blah blah blah. Have a good evening." Cool. Left. Same thing happened again. I'm filming the police station, the training center. He comes up, he's like, "Oh, okay, what's up, Southside? Blah blah blah." So I don't intentionally burn these bridges down now like I used to. When an officer treats me with respect, I treat it back to him. I treat him as a human being until he gives me a reason not to. Because I tell people, I started off in this, with the chip on my shoulder. But now the two things I try to say all the time during anytime I do a video, man, and I'm talking to people, I try to give everyone blessings, man, because that's me personally. I try to give good vibes, and then I always try to say, be the change you want to be. If I'm bitching at these cops that they need to change and they need to do better, but yet I'm doing the same shit and I'm still acting like an asshole, that's not working together. We need to work. If we're trying to work together, then we both need to meet in the middle. If I want them to do better, then I need to look in the mirror and say, what can I do better to repair this relationship that I'm fucking up? You know what I mean? Like, not that I got to kiss their ass or nothing, and not that I got to bend to their will, but do I have to go out of my way to treat him like shit? Do I have to go out of my way to call him a bitch? It's these things that I'm now learning that, you know, I have to be the change that I'm asking these officers to be. Now, when these officers cross the line, I've got no problem going there with them, at that moment.
Do you think what you're doing is a movement?
I think it can become one, but I honestly, like right now, I feel it's at that deciding point, honestly, because it, it it has a lot of people jumping in to want to do this and want to put this shit on blast, and I'm glad for that. I'm 100% glad for that. But like we've discussed at other times, I feel like it's becoming slowly another genre of YouTubing. I feel like it's losing the meaning behind it, and it's just becoming just more like Carolina. Don't take this the wrong way, but it's becoming more clicks and views in the negative sense of just entertainment, not clicks and views for uh, empowerment and enlightenment. You know what I mean?
Do you feel like there's a way to fix that and turn it more into education? In my opinion, there needs to be more of a building part done. Build relationship with law enforcement, city council, politicians. Don't say you don't do it unless you try, kind of attitude. Do you think that there is any possibility that this ship could be steered into the right direction where positive change can happen?
Oh, 100%. 100%.
How?
I think it can be. See that I think it's a mental shift because when I first jumped in, like I said, a lot of the people that were doing it then had that mentality. They were trying to build organizations and groups to help people that wanted to start this. Like, they there's I can't think. I mean, I can think of a few offhand, but there was like I like okay, Pinac for example. Like it was organizations that were trying to do what Pinac was doing, but for somewhat the YouTube community and the filming community, they were trying to make it to where when someone goes out and films and gets arrested, they had pocket money and they had lawyers on retainer to help these people out to fight this and all that. But somewhere along the line, I feel like it became more. of just the entertainment value of YouTube rather than the actually getting things done and getting things changed. I think somewhere along the line that change and that needs to shift back. If we can get back to people wanting to work together and not throw each other under the bus and air dirty laundry and things like that. Because like I'm gonna be honest, like the shit that you see, like he who shall not be named, when you see the shit that he does, like yeah, it may shine a light in one sense, but at the same time, like it diminishes it because it looks like the fucking Jerry Springer show. You know what I'm saying? Like nobody watched Jerry Springer and thought that that shit was real, like serious. They watched it for the fights and the drama, and that's what it's slowly becoming. We're turning this into the Jerry Springer of YouTube.
So do we blame the people who create the content or the people who watch it? Because there's a large amount of people in this world that love that content. It started with the Faces of Death, people dying on film, VHS tapes. It escalated to the point where after that, where that like reporter got beheaded, Daniel Pearl, that got a few million views, and it was just like, wait a minute, we're taking a turn for the worse here. Who do we blame?
I mean, there's really shit. See, that's a hard one, but I feel like you, if you're gonna put a blame on someone, it's got to be the content provider. Like if you're going in this knowing that's your intention, then like I said, let it be known. But there's a lot of people that have started this and have altered what they've done, and there's people that are coming into this seeing it as that, as just a means of shock value entertainment. But there's so as I'm saying, you got to put it on. Oh man, see, that's a hard question because you can't blame the viewers. It's hard to blame the viewers because if it's already there, why not watch it? Because like I said, I can't say that I wouldn't watch something that's real shock value if it wasn't already up. So I don't know. That's a seesaw, but that's a hard one. But I'd probably, if I had to put on someone, I'd blame myself for making the content. Like if I look at it from a personal aspect, because like I said, I have a video like that. That since that video, that's kind of why I went downhill and slowly stopped making videos because I've had to second guess myself after that video. So I feel like I got to blame the content. I didn't like what I put out there. I didn't like the way I acted. Blah blah blah. And it's possibly the most interacted with video I have. One of the most videos that's been commented on and things like that. And it's the video that I feel the most like shame for. You know what I mean?
1 second. Someone wants to come say hello to you. Is that okay, Southside?
Oh, that's not a problem. Yes, sir. I have my bad. I ain't even been looking at the chat or nothing. I forget.
Good evening, sir. How you doing?
Oh, good evening, sir. How are you? I'm fine. How about yourself?
Hanging in there. It's going to be an early one tonight. I got some
Oh,
work to
damn
do
it.
in the morning.
Hey, Slakr.
How y'all
Just,
doing, man? Odin still DFK?
I got a question to ask you, Slakr.
Yes, sir. Go right ahead.
I'm trying to figure out how to phrase it so it ain't throwing a certain person under the bus. I'll just put it out. If CFW wanted to do a cop watch with you or an audit with you, and she was willing to do it the way you do it, would you be all right to do it that way? Go cop watching with her?
I have no problem like doing it in anybody's specific way. Like, yeah, I definitely go out. Like, I've got nothing against her. Would definitely go out with her and cop watch with her, and I'd have no problem letting her do her thing. And I would take her vibe and I would mimic that. Same thing I did when I went with Batusai for the first time, when I went with NNH, when I went with a few others. When I would go out with them, I would refrain from being so confrontational and so vulgar because I understood that they didn't like being in those situations, so I didn't want to put them in that situation. So I'd have no problem if me and CFW went out. However far she was willing to take it, that's the limit I would take it, and I wouldn't take it any farther because I don't know if she'd be willing to put herself there. So yeah, however far she'd be willing to go, I'd be willing to go.
Do you have a question, Kenny?
I'm not sure if this question has been asked yet, but are you aware of what's been going? Are you aware of Glenn Serio and the situation that's been going on with him over the last month or two?
Vaguely, I'm not gonna lie. That's the cat who got attacked outside of that business, right? That Massel's been putting the video because I said I've been watching Massel And that's the cat that right, that cat.
The cat that
America, I think is his
he
name.
was out. He was no. It's auditing the USA. He's a cat that he was
Okay.
just all kinds of racist crap to the black officer.
Oh, see, I didn't know about all that. I thought this was the cat that was the alleged chomo.
No, I'm not. No, this is a different guy. But anyway,
Okay,
he's been
then no,
going
I'm
out
not.
there. Okay, well, okay, then just a general question for auditors that do go out there and do stuff like that, or let's take Furry Potato for instance, who goes around talking about homophobic slurs to children, or other auditors that throw out terms like porch monkey and all of this. Um, do you feel that undermines your cause and just because they are out there defending people's rights that they should get a pass for such behavior, where if it were an everyday person, they would be persecuted?
Hold on, I need to jump in here. No offense to any of the others. Actually, hopefully they do take offense to it. None of those motherfuckers are defending my rights.
Okay, I understand that. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Let me try to. I'm trying to recap the whole thing, make sure I don't miss nothing.
Okay.
But I don't think. Okay, they have every right to say what they're saying. I'm like, obviously, First Amendment does protect that, but I it shouldn't be accepted. Like I said, that goes back into that YouTubing that I was talking about, and what we're talking about, how everything's changing. It's starting to become more shock value, like for things like that. I personally don't agree with it. I, in no means, I feel like if you're gonna say these things, you just like I always say, you have the right to say it, and you have to deal with the consequences of your actions. So,
Yeah, just because you have the right to say something doesn't mean you should.
Yeah, 100%. So I mean, and at that point, I don't think that they're fighting so much for anything as much as I don't want to say taking advantage, because you can't really take advantage. Well, yeah, you can, because I want to say that they know that it's protected, so that's why they may say it, kind of deal.
True.
To know to say something, to intentionally get the reaction, knowing that they have the right to say it, but it's going to cause the reaction that they may want for views. If, like I said, I don't know if that's why they're doing it intentionally, and I'm, like I said, I'm just speaking in the generality of using certain speech and certain words to draw a reaction, not focusing on anyone in particular. I personally don't agree with that, because like it's, I don't know, that's just me personally though. I would never say anything, and I'm very impolitically, I'm not politically correct. I use a lot of what people would find to be homophobic slurs. I say that gay, faggot. These are terms that come out of my mouth constantly. I like, let's say I tell my son, hey, turn up the AC. I won't say turn up the AC. I'll say turn up the gay seat, just as a joke. You know what I'm saying? Just little shit like that. So I'm known to make slurs and fucked up remarks throughout the day, but I would never intentionally say to somebody to cause a reaction. I feel there's a difference, and at that point, I don't feel like you're standing up for anything. Though I do believe it's the most protected speech there is. The most vulgar and the most heinous and the most disgusting speech is the most protected speech. You still shouldn't say it.
Right.
Yeah. Well, thanks, man.
And if I
That
miss
answers
anything,
that.
please let me know. And I
Do
said,
you
if I miss
feel
any
like
part of the
there's
question,
a
please let me know.
do you feel like with what you do there needs to be a fire lit in you to do it, and are you motivated now to go out and do it?
I feel like there does need to be a fire, and I feel like not as motivated anymore. For, like I said, there's a number of reasons. Uh, there's a personal reason that comes to with being involved with somebody in the community, which is the aftermath. Just like, you don't date somebody at work. It's kind of one of those situations. As well as I told you, it's become more of a YouTube where everyone's trying to outdo everybody else, and I'm not for that. Just 1 second, please.
If anyone has seen Sunflower Sky, tell her I'm looking for her. There she is. There it is. Hey, Peachy, how are you?
Hey, El Sancho. I'm well, thank you. Hi, guys.
I found out that
How you doing, man?
Sunflower
Sorry
Sky
about that.
used to do panels and is like really good at doing panels, and now she doesn't do panels, and I want her to come on and do panels because she's good at it and she's awesome, and I think she would be an excellent addition to Ladies Night, just like Peachy Rider would be. But the agents are negotiating, and it's tough negotiating getting Peachy Rider on Ladies Night.
You should try and get Noli D on too. Noli D's really good too.
I saw Sunflower Sky just recently on a panel. If it wasn't here, then there's only one other one it could be on.
Don't rub that in.
Yeah, Sunflower Sky is really good.
Now, are you a stickler to your demands that your agent is demanding an afternoon ladies stream? Is that still correct?
No, not at all. Yeah, late night's been tough for me because of my family situation, but I promise I'll be at the next one, El Sancho.
Wednesday night.
Okay, I'll be there.
I'm working on. I'm gonna see if Pink Camera Magic wants to come on. She was supposed to come on this Wednesday, but she wants to come on, so I'm gonna try to get her on Wednesday night.
I haven't even had a chance to listen to the replay with Laura Shark. How did that go?
Oh, amazing! 5 stars, absolutely amazing. Everybody killed it. I was just in awe of everybody, and Laura's a fan. Laura's gonna come on soon, probably.
Yeah, fantastic. Who else was on the panel?
We had we had Golden Eyes, we had Nevaeh, we had T, we had CFW actually came on and was pretty good too, as well. A lot of people were, they look up to Laura, and but Laura was just kicking it with everybody. Like, it was not a big deal, and she was just an awesome human, and it was 2-3 hours, I think it was, and it was awesome. It was
she's been in the game for a long time and has a lot of respect with it seems like with everyone across the board.
So, Southside, you back?
Yes, sir.
Walk us through the challenges I feel there are right now in this movement with trying to build bridges. Do you feel like there's a lack of that? Do you think there needs to be more of that on a part like yourself to build bridges between law enforcement and politicians?
Wow. I mean, I'm slowly starting to feel like I should take those steps. Recently, yes, and I feel like it's on all of us, because everybody, even the police, like we're all stubborn and we got our heels dug in. A lot of us are intent on just making fools out of the cops, which is rightfully deserved. And a lot of these cops are intent on not budging with the way they run things. So it's going to take a lot of work. And rather than, and I hate to say, rather than just out there filming cops, there needs to be, I guess it has to be behind the scenes, because I don't know if you can film all these, and that's why I bet a lot of people are hesitant to do it. And not even just myself. I don't do it because of lack of knowledge. I'm trying to actually learn that part of the aspect, like the talking to representatives and going to these fucking city council meetings. Like, I'm trying to learn that aspect now. I'm years behind where I should be in this. But a lot of people, because I feel like they can't film it and get content from it, they're not trying to take it to that level. And it needs to be. There needs to be less camera work and more like civil talking to people, like I said, talking to representatives, going to these council meetings, participating more in any type of fucking events that go on. Like, that's what needs to be done. Not the videos help, and the videos, that builds evidence to help our case. But I mean, we're chipping away at a fucking mountain with a spoon the way we're doing it right now, and it's going to take 20 years to do anything, 30 years to get anything done. And I think a lot of people are just hyped up on the content rather than getting anything done. I think we're stalled at that right there.
I feel like there's a missed opportunity with this, any movement, where there's auditing or cop watching, when you're building such an audience at a local level. And to my knowledge, please, Kenny, please, anybody correct me if I'm wrong, but nobody runs for city council. No one runs for an opportunity to actually have a voice heard and a seat in an elected position, and utilizing their audience, their YouTube audience, their local YouTube audience, to get out and vote. Has that ever happened before? And if not, why?
I personally don't think it has happened. Why? I'm not quite sure why it hasn't happened. I like Slakr. I would like to see more auditors get into the political aspect of what they're doing, because, like you said, making the videos does help, but you're not going to get anything done unless you take it to the courts, take it to the politicians, and you can use your videos as evidence as opposed to just use your videos to make that money, so to speak.
Hey,
Yeah, I
Slakr,
agree. And yes, sir.
someone in the chat wants to know if you have a cop watcher that you look up to that keeps you doing it.
I'm sorry if I have a cop watcher.
That you look up to that helps keep you doing cop watching.
That I look up to right now. I mean, not really. In all honesty, like I think they've all hit an equal playing field. There hasn't been really anybody that's pushed it, I don't know, to a point that's really worth looking up to. And not to demean or downplay anything, because like I said, Batusa's done a lot getting that done. But as far as someone to look up to as taking the torch and being a voice of reason, like there's not one out there that I could say I look up to that would keep me doing it. Like there's a lot of people that I associate with that help keep me doing it. And it's like friends, like they're more friends than they are anything else, but not admire. It's gonna sound fucked up, and I don't mean it to, but there's not, myself included in this, but there's not anybody worth putting on that pedestal right now in this movement.
My issue is when I get friendly with people, like with Peachy, when she was at the, all the riots, I wasn't looking at the YouTuber. I was looking at the human being that I genuinely like. And that's when I get concerned, to the point where I say, from a good place, is it worth it? Is it worth it to put yourself in such harm's way? Do you ever feel the same at Southside, to the point where you question yourself, asking, is it worth it?
So that for me, oh yeah, definitely. I just want to say real fast, I'm going to touch two things. The one you just asked, I definitely get that sometimes, because I've thought to myself, one of the reasons why, since that video, I've taken a step back. I've told myself, if I was to get shot doing this, would I just be left with videos to remember this, or would somebody take that as like who would pick up the torch and be like, all right, that's fucked up what you did. I'm gonna do this and continue his name. And then when something happens to that man, will somebody pick up the torch for him? So that does worry me. It makes me feel like, is what I'm doing gonna end up being in vain for no reason at all? Because nobody else is willing to make that same sacrifice. So it makes me less willing to make that sacrifice each time I think about it. Personally, I don't know.
I want everyone to agree or disagree with my next statement. If you become a martyr on YouTube and you get shot on YouTube, you are going to be more known for the person who got killed on YouTube for the world to see dying than what you were doing initially with what brought you to the table.
I agree.
Yeah. Definitely, I agree too.
And then to touch on the other question, I believe one YouTuber was running for something for a seat somewhere. I believe Solo Yacker was it. I might be wrong, but I want to say he was talking about running for a political seat in his community. But the reason I personally have like, I've thought about it, but I've convinced myself not to. It's because I'm a personal man and I don't like my business put out there. So running for any political seat, they run off of dirt. So they're going to look up everything in your background and put it out there. So I keep everything. My life's an open book. So I've got no problem telling you my mom's a victim of domestic violence, that I spent 6 years of my fucking my middle year from fucking 15 to 21. I spent 4 of those 6 years locked up. I've got no problem telling you I was medicated for fucking 9 years out of my life. That, I got no problem. I'm diagnosed with ADHD, bipolar, anger issues, and depression. Like, I got no problem saying all this, but I don't like people putting it out there. Like, like, does that make sense when someone else just puts your business out there? I don't like that. And that's why I wouldn't run for office, because I like my privacy, and I wouldn't want nobody digging through my fucking closet.
I feel that. What's up, everybody? Soak.
What's up,
How you doing, Oak?
Yeah, I I totally agree with you though, because once you're right. When you run for office, all of the skeletons are going to come out, and it's one thing for you to put it out there yourself, but if someone else puts it out there, they're going to put some negative slant on it, and it's
Yeah,
just it could definitely be a big issue, and not only for you but for your family too. So I totally understand where you're coming from.
Plus,
yeah, and that's.
politics are. I'm sorry, Southside.
Oh no, go ahead. I was just gonna agree.
I was gonna say, politics. I mean, it's dirty business. I mean, you could look at one situation 100 different ways, and when it comes to politics, that's what they do, and they're
Mhm.
just gonna scrutinize it, and it's just not. I guess it takes a special kind of person to want to be involved in the politics of it. Getting down and dirty and doing the work is where I'm at, and that's what I like to do.
But I mean, it
Once you
would be a fun experience.
once you become a public figure, your life is open to the public.
And and honestly, that's what makes me think about it because I tell myself, because there's a few times I've been out and about and I've had people stop me, ask for pictures and things like that, and it feels surreal. My family makes fun of me. Oh, you big movie star, like, and I kind of feel good about myself, and it makes me think, am I already a public figure? So what's the difference now from y'all looking in my background and finding out all this than somebody else? So it's, I don't know.
How did your life change, if any, after you got the 1,000 subs to the 5,000 subs to the 10,000 subs? How did your life or attitude change, if any, when your subscriptions just kept climbing and climbing and climbing?
Oh man, like it's a big self-esteem boost. I'm not gonna lie. Like for a minute, you find yourself kind of getting big-headed and have to grind yourself down to reality. Like even though I know it's a small number, it would feel good, 1 week to see, like you said, 1,500. Then I'll put another video out, and then yeah, another week goes by, and I'm at like 3,200. It feels good, and it like I said, it more, if anything, for me, because I have again depression and self-esteem issues. It was a huge morale boost and self-esteem boost for me. It gave me an outlet of feeling connected, even though I secluded myself. It felt good. It did. And then, like I said, even now, yeah, to get a reaction, my sister told a coworker of hers, she was saying, "Oh yeah, my brother's got a YouTube channel." He's like, "Oh, for real? How many subscribers?" She's like, "Oh, 27,000." And he's like, "You sure not 2,700?" Like he freaked out at 27,000, but now it's just, to me, like I see it as like, well, that's small numbers in the grand scheme of YouTube. So
Yeah.
I've learned to like humble myself down to the reality of the situation.
It's it's small numbers in the grand scheme of YouTube, yes, but in the auditing community, which is niche to begin with,
It's a good
um,
number.
that's a pretty high number. I mean, I think 200K is like the max,
Yeah,
of all the auditors. I think once you get up there, I mean, like, what are you at right now?
like
27K. You said
I think like 26 something, 26.9 something.
that's quite a bit. I mean,
Yeah.
that's a lot. Like, it's a lot more than I have. Obviously, I have like 100 subscribers, but but
Bring that up, huh? We had to bring everybody. Feel I got 100 subscribers.
hey, I don't really care. I mean, I I'm not here for subscribers. I'm here to build bridges on other panels and stuff. Um, but I mean that's still that's quite a bit for this genre.
My personal channel has 100 subs, but the one that I own has 8,000 subs. Wham!
I mean, and
Mm,
and you're right though, but that's where I've had to make the conscious decision, because to get to the numbers like the other channels have, the 60, the 80, besides the few like N and H, and like I think the two sides quite a bit, most of them have to resort to pretty outlandish tactics to get the clicks and the views and the attention. And
yep.
like I said, it becomes a point where you have to decide: am I doing this for YouTube, or am I doing this to really bring notice to something, or am I doing this to really, try to somewhat build a bridge or make a change. And a lot of them have resorted to YouTube. That's why they get the 60,000, 80,000, 42, whatever. Like, and that's what I refuse to do. I made that video at Hardburger Park. That video, I consciously made the effort to go overboard because I thought that's what YouTube wanted. And like I said, I didn't like that and have yet really had the motivation to get back out and do it because I felt dirty after that video. I felt like almost like selling out. I felt like I put the show on because that's what they wanted. And like I said, it's one of my most commented on videos that I had. Like, it got a lot of views, got a lot of comments, got a lot of interactions. But was it worth it? Was it worth being too much just for the clicks and views? And that's where I felt dirty. And I'd rather lose my subs than go down to fucking 2,000 and have 2,000 people that would rather see what I put out there than 30,000 people that would rather just watch me make an ass of myself.
Kudos,
Right, and I mean,
kudos to you,
that's
man.
Seriously.
I'm happy to hear. Yeah, that's fantastic for you to say that.
I said that about Peachy too. People, obviously I've been against the bigger auditors, and they've asked me like, well, what auditors do you like? And at the time, I liked Peachy. I hadn't heard about you at the time yet, and I was like, I like Peachy Rider, and I brought up the point that the biggest auditors out there are only the biggest because they're not in it for the movement. They're in it for the subscribers and the money that comes with it. Never in the history of ever can I imagine that I can think of has a protest. Has an activist been paid? Like has there been a career in activism? I mean, it's just other than
Yeah.
like being a politician or something, I guess, but I mean, not like to this extent.
Oh yeah, but like I said, it would take going to school or something. You'd have to be on the board to be that type of activist getting paid. Just a regular guy on the street, yeah, they didn't see a paycheck. Yeah.
Let's talk
No.
emotion. Let's talk emotion. A poll has just been opened. Should emotion be used in cop watching? Vote yes or vote no. Use the exclamation point vote. I'll give you an example for no. That is how you do no. That's the same way you do yes as well. Everybody vote, 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 vote. And just in case you guys didn't know last night, I absolutely kicked Will Turbitt's ass in the ensemble impression. 75% smoked him. I humbled the shit out of Will Turbitt with that impression.
That was a good impression.
Thank you.
I would say having too much emotion will you'll end up in jail, and that's what happened pretty much with me, with my first time out filming, first probably 3 or 4 times. Not really my emotions. It was an unlawful arrest, but hindsight's always 2020. I would have done things differently. And
I
might
thought
not
you
have
went
got
to jail because you said, "Please, sir, I don't want to go to jail. I just want to go back to I'll go back to the hotel."
it. No, this was my arrest last summer, filming, getting my carry concealed weapon permit.
And
I gotta say,
agree.
You got arrested for getting your concealed carry
I
permit.
would have to agree. I think
I got arrested for
too much
filming the
emotion.
process.
Too much.
They don't want that being public knowledge.
Well, it was the
Hold on. Who's got background noise?
it was in a courthouse, so it was at the probate office. It was legal for me to film, but in downtown Atlanta, I jumped right into the fire. I didn't go into any small towns around my area. I jumped straight into the frying pan.
If you want to hop on, Beanie, you don't have to show camera. I mean, we all don't have our camera on. And let us know how your experience was. You just did your first cop watch. Congratulations on that.
Oh wow, right on. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Hope it went well.
I gotta say, when Peachy was
That was
doing the riots, that scared the shit out of me because she was filming the people looting.
Yeah.
And I could only imagine like how quick that could turn south. You know, if these people who are looting realize that they're on camera and are probably like, oh fuck, this lady's got us on camera. Now we have to break her shit and whatever.
But Officer Oath, most of those people had masks on. Um, for
Yeah,
dual purposes for the COVID-19. There's probably more people with masks, but yeah, that's why I kind of felt safer. When I did not feel safe was with some of the crazy Antifa people and the hot dog boy. So with I felt more in harm's way even with my arrest with the hot dog boy and Antifa than I did with the police. I thought the police and the National Guard, I thought they did an excellent job in Atlanta.
what scared me was the Waffle House incident when the rocks were getting thrown your way, and
It
when
hit
the
her.
dude
One hit
did
her.
it, I don't know if it hit her or if it came really close. I know I
Yeah,
saw the
that
rock.
big. Yeah, the big rock did come really close. I did get hit in the head a few times. Had a bloody eyebrow. I'm not sure. I'm not sure what hit me at that point. Let me
That
say this: if I could be in Portland right now filming what's going on in Portland, I would be there.
that
Uh,
motherfucker, that motherfucker that threw that rock and then ran up and grabbed it again and then threw it against the window and it bounced back. I think it bounced back and almost hit you. I would have beat the fuck out of him.
Officer Oak, that was the first night there. I literally stepped off the train into fire. They were setting things on fire on the sidewalk. It was that first night was really was crazy. And when I went back and reviewed, and I only did this not only about 2 weeks ago because I just get really bad anxiety even reviewing I can't imagine watching you guys watching me and saying, "Oh, it's time to leave. It's time to leave." If I saw that once, I saw it probably 50 times in chat. Peachy, it's time to go. You need to get out of there.
Yeah.
And it was nerve wracking for me to go back and watch it. So when I did finally watch some of those nights, uh, it was I was just kind of shaking my head, thinking, "Yeah, it did. Yeah, it was dangerous, but it looks even more dangerous watching it."
So you
I,
also have experience doing riots and protests, Mike. Can you walk us through what you did in, with with all the work you did in, I think it's San Antonio, right?
Yeah, yes, sir. Oh, it was the same thing, man. It was pretty crazy. Most of it was peaceful for the most part, but just 1 or 2 nights, man, it got a little out of hand. San Antonio, for the most part, man, we had protests daily. I think they still go on, but most of them are peaceful. We've been protesting here for decades, man. Thank God we managed to keep it pretty civil.
Now, was there any close? Now, was there any point where it got close?
Oh yeah, that first night I went out there, like I said, they were looting. There was a couple guys who got beat pretty bad, man. Cops were dumping at people. They shot some pepper balls at me and a few other cats. Like those first couple nights were bad, but it's like they weeded them out, and after that, it's just the citizens, like just the cats that were out there, were the ones pushing these people out. The cops really didn't have to do much. Night two, night three, night four, they just slowly weeded them out, and they disappeared.
Now, how much was an adrenaline rush was that for you?
Oh man, that was something I'm pretty used to, man. That wasn't too uncommon in the sense of like a pretty unruly mob having its way. Like I've been in different type of like concerts, like car shows and shit here in San Antonio that happen in the West Side that pretty regularly get out of hand. There's some times where during fiesta, so the mob mentality, it's something I've grown accustomed to in my life, just the people I hang around with and the crowds that I would hold. So that wasn't nothing out of the ordinary. It got a little crazy for a moment when the open carriers came around because I thought the crowd was going to get crazy, but they de-escalated that quick.
I get the feeling. Correct me if I'm wrong, and this is a big reason why I brought some panel members up because they all like you. They're all fans of you. I get the feeling, Slakr, you're a little beaten right now. Is that safe to say?
Yeah, yes, sir.
And I get the feeling that you don't have that spark to continually do the advocacy work that you do.
It's getting to that point where I'm kind of debating and wondering like what's the point, kind of.
Do you think you'll ever find that spark again?
Oh yeah, I think in time it's just I I'm doing it more because like I said, when the community started, I dove in pretty deep to wanting this to be something good. I felt like I was a part of something bigger than myself. But as it slowly fractioned out into different groups of individuals and different cliques of whoever, like I just I don't feel like it. Like I said, I don't feel like there's anything there right now. So I kind of feel deflated in that sense. Like I invested in, like I said, I thought this was bigger than me. I thought there was an opportunity for not just me, but for because like I said, a lot of at that time, a lot of little small groups were in the works of wanting to pop up with different auditors from different states like Michigan, California, New York, I think Louisiana, like Texas. These are all like people that were in the works of starting a big national organization, and then it just all fell off the map, and it's become, in my mind, like I said, it's just I really haven't said a lot because a lot of people in this community get real emotional and people are like you can't express an honest opinion without people feeling attacked. And I just feel like this community has become more of a niche on YouTube than it is anything of great value. So I kind of feel deflated in that sense. And it just take a while for me to realize that I don't need the community isn't what I needed. I just need to get out and do it. I feel like hurt and kind of like I said, I invested in something that turned out to be a flop, so I just lost my investment.
Okay.
Yep.
So taking a walk in Slakr's shoes, seeing, putting your all into something you believe in like that, and then having people who are disingenuous, you know, hijack the movement is how I kind of see it. And then looking at it from the outside looking in, you know, I could see why he's, disheartened by that, but I think he's the person, him and people like Peachy and, you know, good auditors are the kind of people that the movement needs, to show, the validity and to, but it's hard with people hurting the movement like we have. But I think they could do some good for the community if they stayed. It's just there's that obstacle in the way.
Yeah, and I agree with Oak, and I think you might end up losing some subscribers at first, but you would gain quality subscribers as you're doing it, and you might even find that spark that you're looking for to continue doing what you're doing, and you might even find a new love in what you're doing on YouTube. Just it's possible.
The thing with the operators, if you will, that are bleeding this genre, they will weed themselves out eventually. It's taking a lot longer because of the pandemic, but their actions will put an end to their own form of fame, if you will.
Do you have goals right now, Slakr, as far as the movement you're doing? Are there any goals right now?
Not just saying like at the moment, no. Like I said, I deflated and pretty much put it all to the side. I like personally my only goal is knowledge right now. Like I'd like to keep learning and trying to take on, like I said, not just the out filming aspect, but I'd really like to get into the behind the scenes, like really learning about the political aspect of it, the how things actually get done. Like I feel like that's learning that may give me the spark back because that'll give me the knowledge and the strength I need to go out and continue to do what I do. I just feel like that's all I got to do. Just dive back into knowledge, and the goal will come from that.
Well, I was going to say you got a weapon, and that's knowledge. And that's a gift that not many people have. And wasting that by not using it is a crime in itself. Knowledge is power. You have the ability to educate 27,000 people plus. Why aren't you doing it?
Right on.
And it's not more of you being educated, it's more of what you have in that noggin of yours, getting it out to your masses, educating them on, and hopefully building the bridges between not all cops are bad. That is something that I think would be. I've had a lot of discussions with a couple auditors about this, on the responsibility that they have to be a role model. And a lot of them don't take that. A lot of them don't understand that. But unfortunately, if they're public, they are. If they have thousands and thousands of followers, they're a role model. And they need to carry themselves like that and lead by example. And I think you have an opportunity to lead by example by educating the masses and educating a 14-year-old or like a 17-year-old who goes on these and watches these that may want to get into it. They need to get into it the right way. And you have that ability right now. And I just think that should be the spark to light you up.
And if I can chime in, El Sancho, it's just like when I first went into teaching, and my dad told me, he said, you never know what that one word is going to make or break a child's spirit, right? And you don't you don't know. And it's just like going out and filming and educating and talking to our audience and uh, doing some of these things. We don't at the end of the day, we don't know who we have affected affected in a positive way. And Southside Slakr, uh, you have reached more people than you would ever imagine, and you just have to keep thinking in that direction, that of the people that you are helping and that you have no idea that you're helping.
I really think you got a voice.
Got to be doing something right.
I really think you have a voice, and right now your voice is silenced, and that's the opposite of what you got into this for.
Oh, yeah.
One thing that gets me is I seen a video that one of them idiots posted the other day of some kid trying to do an audit, like a very young kid trying to do an audit, and it obviously didn't go very well. And the cop, I mean, I guess he shouldn't have been so hard on the kid. Maybe a better approach would have been to show him that look, just because you saw this stuff on the internet doesn't mean it's true. And the kid's going through the script just like they always do. What's your badge number? Give me a complaint form. And then towards the end, the kid starts crying, and it turns into like the kid's like deathly afraid he's going to get shot. Now I don't know if he's playing it up. I don't think the kid would. I don't know if the kid would want to post that on the internet. If that he's crying, if he wasn't coaxed or maybe somebody else posted it for him. I don't know. But anyways, that happened, and the thing is that's not the police doing. That's this kid being influenced by these idiots.
Well, and the police were and I know exactly what you're talking about, Officer Oak. In my opinion, though, some of the jerk police do what they do, and they retaliate, and that's exactly, they want to know the kid's name. He wouldn't give it, so they oh yeah, they were just in the neighborhood. Bullshit. They followed that kid, and if you look at that cop's stance on the sidewalk, it was an aggressive stance. It was to intimidate that kid, right? That's my take on it. I watched that several times, and I agree with you about the kid, and watching and then going out and doing it and get himself. He's not emotionally equipped to handle something like that. But let me tell you, that cop on the sidewalk with his hands on his hip in an aggressive manner was nothing but intimidation tactic, in my
All right,
opinion.
hold on. I am bringing up potentially Beanie E. There's a potential that it's not Beanie E. Is this Beanie E?
This is Beanie. How are you?
I
Beanie.
covered you up just to make sure there was no bitty like showing Beanie E. So I'm glad it's the real Beanie E. How are you?
Yeah, no problem. I'm doing great. How are you?
So let's talk about your first cop watching experience. How did it go?
I I don't want to talk too much about it until I put it up, the video out.
Look at the marketer you are. Look at this.
I know I messed up a lot. I really want constructive criticism in my comments because I know, part of me messed up a little bit and then part of me did well. But
Well,
yeah,
I
that
have
was
the
my
ability-
very first cop watch.
I have I have the ability to have it broken down live with you by a cop and a cop watcher. I'm just saying.
All right.
What better audience is that to get critiques from both sides of the fence?
I agree.
I have to say, Benny E was probably one of my very first trolls.
You
We're
always say that, Peachy.
We're
Always gotta
friends.
put that in there.
Well, we've been friends for a long time
Yeah.
after that. We both grown from that though. But I'm
Yep.
real excited to see the video, Beanie. That's awesome.
Thank you, Peachy. And
What's
yeah,
your channel?
that was my fault, Peachy. It was had nothing to do with you, and I think you know that.
Well, you messed up there, but you were right on my part, so it's 50-50, Beanie.
I won't say that again, Beanie. But I just laugh. I grin about it now.
No.
I think you're a sweetheart.
So we kind of have a different class right now. We have a cop watcher who doesn't have the spark that he needs. He's very successful at what he's done, and over the past 5 years, he's done that. And on the opposite side of the fence, we have a little puppy in Beanie E, who's just getting into this. What advice, if any, Beanie E, would you have for Southside Slakr?
I got into this because my rights were violated in the past. That's what got me into this. I've watched someone I've known for years being harassed by the police. That's how I got into it. I don't have much I can't really say anything because I'm just starting out. But I don't know, just pull your camera out and record for the safety of the people being pulled over or whatever situation. And if the cops are, acting, in a professional manner, then good for them. That needs to be shown as well.
So this is what we're going to do. Because you're the rookie here, we're going to go one by one and allow everybody to give you a one-sentence advice. What is the link to your channel, by the way, Beanie?
Great. I have my handle name. I can get my link for you in 1 second.
If my two beagles, you are the best at what you do. If you can find Beanie E's YouTube channel, I guarantee you she'll have it in about 2 minutes.
Fine. Oh, yeah. I love my two beagles.
But if you want to hit it in private chat, oh, there it is. Boom. 2 minutes, my ass. More like 2 seconds. There you are. So let's go one by one. So let's go one by one. I'm going to start with Southside. I'm going to go to NJ, Peachy, Kenny, DFK. I will give you a chance to give advice and then allow Oak as well. But we'll start with our Southside and then we'll work our way up as we see the icons. Go ahead. What advice do you have for Beanie E on Cop Watch and Southside?
Oh shit! Advice. One sentence. The thing I said, just be aware and let the family and those close to you know what the possible repercussions could be for you and them. Not saying that cops will retaliate against everybody, but like I said, this was a deciding factor in my marriage falling apart. This had to do with my wife and my kid. My son was arrested, and because he was my son, got treated a little bit differently, a little bit more aggressively, sat in the tank a little longer. So I would just say talk to those closest to you and let them be aware of what could happen, as well as you be aware of what you could be bringing everybody you love involved, bringing them into.
Thank you. I appreciate that, and I take that seriously. Thank you.
NJ?
Eventually, things will work out. We're going through a very rough time with the pandemic, and our justice system is slowed tremendously. And what people have done and are waiting to be tried for will eventually come out.
Peachy Rider.
Very simple. I would definitely write a few numbers on your arms or your legs, Beanie, because it's not if, it's when you're arrested.
Mr. Klein.
I would say don't make yourself the story behind what you're filming. If you're filming the cops, keep it to that way. If they do something to you, then of course you're gonna don't let them violate your rights. But don't go in there initially making yourself the star of the video.
DFK.
I can't really give advice. I've not done my first yet.
But you watch Cop Watchers now.
Oh, I watch a lot of them.
Do you like a certain style that you think that she should probably adapt?
I like Emma Press's approach.
Okay.
He's always very calm. He's not vulgar at any point. He introduces himself. He's very polite.
There you go.
But
that's great advice.
Push comes to shove, he can hang in there with the best of them.
Great advice. See that? Mr. Oak, what do you think?
Echoing that sentiment, don't be a jerk, obviously. Don't be like some of these auditors who are saying, nobody wrote a book on auditing, so I'll do it how I want. I mean, think about things like a normal person. Like, obviously things piss people off, and like putting a camera in someone's face is probably going to piss them off. Have that in mind, and don't lose your morality or your ability to understand that, this. I'm over a sentence now, but don't make a show for YouTube. Do it for the community.
Well, stress the journalistic ability. Stress the ability to be a journalist and not become part of the story. You need to cover the story, because once you become part of the story, it gets muddy to the point where it's what's more important, what happened to me or changing this and getting that bad police officer off the street.
I have found that being mindful of my moral compass and following how I was raised, and trying to be mindful to just follow my moral compass as a I was going to say as a young lady. I'm not so much young anymore, but yeah.
How dangerous is it, Southside, her getting involved with the wrong crew? And what can that do to someone's reputation if she gets involved with the wrong crew?
Oh man, that's pretty dangerous, because if you get involved with the wrong crew, depending on how they go about things, you could first off become public enemy number one to the officers, and depending on the size of your community, it's going to have an effect on how many interactions you have. It could affect your reputation too, like just on YouTube, in the sense of the subscribers themselves. They'll, like I said, there's that line where people watch for entertainment and watch for actual like content. So there's that itself. You'll get blacklisted, and people look at you weird, like, oh, don't fuck with this person because of yada yada, whatever reason they may come up with. So it's a fine line, man. That again, like that goes into when you're doing this, the mental stress of having to walk. It's like politics. It's weird, but being in this community, I feel like I'm already in politics, because you got to watch what you say, because someone may take it wrong. You got to watch how you say things, what you do, because if you offend one person, you offend everyone they associate with and shit like that. Like nobody can just let things be between two people. Like I may have a problem with somebody, but I don't care if they associate with somebody else. Like I said, the police, you don't want to be on the bad side of the cops, depending on, like I said, I don't know where you're from. If you're in a small town, like I'm in San Antonio, we got 3 million people, and my paper's passed around to all, my face has been passed around to all SAPD. So if you're in a town of like 100,000, I can imagine how hard it would be, doing this. If you're with somebody who goes out and intentionally talks shit to the cops, treats them like shit, real just for no reason, a dickhead, that's gonna put a target on your head.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, I was just gonna say I really appreciate the advice, and I was actually watching the videos that I was recording, and I was seeing the stuff that I was doing, that like inserting myself into the situation instead of just recording and staying quiet. You know, when I do put my video out, I'm gonna ask for constructive criticism, and I'm willing to take it.
You don't have to ask; you'll get it.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, I'll definitely watch it. I'll let you know what I think of it
Yeah.
as well.
But I definitely got a cam back the first time. I mean, that was funny. But yeah, I appreciate everyone's advice.
How important is it, Southside, to separate family from doing this line of work and making sure you spend enough time with family and family coming first before this line of work?
I don't. It's not so much separating it because you can. It's just putting them on the same page as you. Because like I said, I jumped in. My son naturally had no problem with it. He's just like me, anti-authority. And before I was filming, I was already doing this kind of shit with his school and the school board. Like me and the district that I'm in, they've known me since I was a teenager, so we go way back. So my son, real quick, didn't mind it. He's 15 years old. He sees his dad out there cussing out the cops. He loves it. No big deal. My ex she didn't like it. She didn't like the attention it brought because, an example, she would bring up one, hey, let's go for a walk, and instantly I'm like, okay, let me grab my gun. You know what I'm saying? Like I stopped, like you said, creating family time where it was just always any opportunity for the channel. So it's hard to separate it, but it's just putting them on the same page and letting them know what you're getting into, what to be aware of, what to expect, and things like that. And because everything you do affects everybody. Because even just like when she said she inserted herself, that's something that's going to happen early on. Because I did that all the time. As you do this more, you'll mature and you'll realize that, so you'll learn to keep quiet and you'll learn when to speak and all that. So it's something you'll adapt with that. And with the family thing, like as long as you're as long as you keep them up to date with what's going on and they're all right with it, it shouldn't be a problem. It's That's all it is, communication. I had lack of it.
I'm excited to see your video. I really am.
Thank you.
Hey, Benny, I have a question. Were you filming in your town or out of town?
Yeah, it was in my town. It wasn't in Pittsburgh, the city. It was more like Fayette County. I don't know if you know where that's at, but yeah, it was more in my town.
That's one thing that I would. I don't know, man. I'm torn about this. My first thought is don't film in your own town. And because of retaliation. What do you think about that, Southside? About giving advice on where to film? Because I chose to. Well, my family's pretty well known, and with me teaching and coaching and such, I just naturally wanted to gravitate. It's almost like not going out to eat close to where you work, at school, so you're not seeing kids or parents, especially if you don't have a few drinks. So I naturally gravitated outside of town. What kind of advice would you give Southside with that?
I, I I like that advice, but I feel like it depends on where you live. If you're in a big enough, like I said, big enough town like myself, like I said, I got a population of either just under or just over 3 million. Like
Damn,
I,
that's
you know,
crazy.
so yeah, so I got no problem. I'll drive 20 minutes to the north side, and that's pretty much a whole nother city to me. Like it's different culture. Like, it's the same culture, but it's a different culture, different environment, different shops, different everything. So, you know, for me, it's no problem to pick up. If you live in a Houston, if you live in a Dallas, if you live in a Los Angeles or Atlanta, cool. Just relocate to a different part of town rather than you don't shit where you eat,
Yeah,
kind of mentality. But yeah, so that's good advice because if you're in a smaller town with a smaller population, like you said, your family's well known. You don't want to go somewhere you may run into somebody and cause just a problem with someone you have a good relationship with. It tends to keep that out of it to go to another town and do it there.
Hey,
yeah.
Peachy,
Uh-huh.
have you ever heard of fusion centers?
Yes, sir.
True that.
You know what the NCIC stands for?
I
Uh
do.
oh.
Yeah, well, no matter where you do it, your name is going to go across the country.
Yeah, because mine, I believe when they got the ones from Temple, Texas, they had all my stuff from 2 years ago, all my information.
Yeah, I was putting in lines, telephone lines, back when they were using teletypes. Believe me, they've come a long way.
How
Well,
difficult is it? How
I'm sorry.
difficult is it at Southside to not get eaten alive and angry by what you see and lash out on your personal life?
I'm sorry, I don't think I understood that question.
Like, how challenging is it to not have whatever happens here affect your personal life?
Okay.
You become an angry
Oh,
person very easily with the things you see, with the treatment of your family. You've obviously brought that over to your personal life, probably, right? I mean, it's kind of hard not to.
yeah, yeah, yes, sir. Yeah, there's times where it does it's pretty hard, but unfortunately, like I said, I've had a lot of time to learn how to somewhat handle emotions, so that they do flare out, but it takes a little for me to get under control. But it's pretty hard. You figure you get out, and let's say I go and I film, and let's say it hasn't happened, but let's say I film a cop beat somebody up, and they turn around and put their hands on me and try to pin me up, and I end up getting away. They leave me, let me go, and I'm at home. I'm going to be heated and I'm going to be hot. I'm pretty sure that the family felt the repercussions. I can't think of any time offhand, but I'm sure it's happened. In all honesty, I'm sure I've come home after a fucking bad day, and my wife, okay, I think I can think of an instance. My ex-wife, I was downtown. I'll put the video back up or make it unlisted for anyone who wants to see it. But I was downtown by the Bear County Sheriff's Office and the county jail. They're located right next door to each other in the same building. I was open carrying my AR 5 days after the Dallas cop got shot with my 16-year-old son. My wife had my ex-wife had a fucking field day over that. So I was already heated at what went down there, to then come home to have to hear that. So that a pretty big argument ensued after that.
So I feel like you and Oak have one big thing in common, and my question prior was because of this, following the statement. I feel like in both of your line of work, it's very easy for you both to lose faith in humanity. True or false?
Yeah.
Oak?
I think the cynicalism can come easy, but you gotta wash that stuff clean, man. Because if you become cynical of society and you always look at the worst of society, you'll miss all the good things in it. Um, you know, when I was in the military, we did what they call resiliency training, which helped us cope with you know combating cynicalism and being cynical. And the one quote from that training was "Hunt the good stuff," is what they always would say. And when you're hunting the good stuff, that means like you're looking for the good things. You're not looking for the bad things anymore. Um,
And
and
yeah.
I see a lot of the bad, of course. But if I only looked for the bad, I wouldn't see the old lady in the hood who has a garden behind her you know her condo that's Section 8, and how beautiful it is. And she makes it with soil that she like, gets from like other parts of the freaking city and like puts it together. It's crazy. And it's just the most beautiful garden you've ever seen in the most shittiest place that you could think it could be. And,
Uh,
and
Yeah.
and one day, I decided, hey, this lady works so hard to get soil, every year. And I went and I got her soil and I brought it to her because, that's the good stuff. You gotta look at that and be like, why I focus all my time on the bad people and the bad stuff. Why can't I make some time to help the good people and to enjoy the good things in this line of work?
my love for you, Officer Oak, just went up about 10 degrees. That was so beautiful. Yes, I love that. Hunt for the good stuff. I love that.
As I say, that's the same thing when I would argue with my wife. I would tell her, and I tell my son the same thing. She would say, "Why do you want to stay with me?" And I tell her, "Well, it's the good days that make the bad days worth getting through." Like that's what I said. I don't always remember the fights. I remember the good times. That's what when we argue and you're thinking that, oh, that's it. I tell her I come back because I remember the days when we were out at the zoo. I remember the days when we were out on the beach. I remember the days when I first met you. It's shit like that. And I taught myself that locked up because I used to be real cynical, seeing everything I saw. I used to think, fuck the world, out for myself. Who gives a shit? But spending so much time to myself reading and just fucking just trying to gain knowledge, I started to, and my faith also. I never try to push that on nobody, but primarily because of my faith. I just thankful for everything. I'd rather be a bum and be alive than be dead any day. So if I woke up tomorrow and was living on the streets with nothing, I'd be thankful just to wake up and see another day.
Right. I mean, you just got to get through the hard days and strive for the good. I mean, you don't get the reward without the pain that comes with it. I mean, you can't just expect every day to be sunshine and rainbows. I mean, not every. I mean, obviously, some people live in the world of milk and honey, but that's not people like me and you, obviously.
I
And
love how you say honey, Officer Oak.
what's that?
Love how you say honey.
Milk and honey?
It's just a funny way you say honey.
Well, we all don't live in that world, and that's one thing that gets me, is like part of the script that a lot of the auditors will use is, why don't you go home? How many did you beat your wife today? This and that, and that's a reality for some people, not just officers, but that's not me. I've never laid a hand on anybody. Like, it's not gonna happen. But
Hey,
like, just like for them to say that, like that's
It's
horrible.
it's like making light of. Yeah, I feel that.
hey, Beanie,
Uh
Yes.
oh.
I found you.
Thank you.
It's your pet. How many subscriptions do you have right now?
Not many. I have like 216.
So let's help out and get
Not
her.
many. You have more than me.
Oh my god.
Benny, how long have you been in the YouTube community?
I believe if you go back to my videos, I believe Eric Brandt was the first one that I came across. Let me see, Peachy.
You think of like 2 years maybe?
No, I think my channel was started maybe 2015 or 17, and that's when I came across all of
What?
this.
Yeah.
And I was just looking up like cop watch videos and stuff.
I have
So
a
you
dog.
have been around. I really admire you, Benny, because you have been around for a long time. You have talked to a lot of people, watched a lot of videos, and I admire that. And now you're filming. You really have, with all your experience of observing the good, bad, and the ugly. You really have a leg up, in my opinion.
Thank
Oh,
you, Peachy.
is this a trailer?
What?
Look at her. Slakr, she's got a trailer.
Already?
It's like 9 seconds. 8-second trailer. I really like the marketing side of things because I think it's, and please, like, correct me if I'm wrong, Slakr. You got to look at yourself as a brand, and marketing is very important in that brand. What do you think about that?
Oh, without a doubt. And that's where I lack in it, man. A lot of these people are real business savvy and can take that aspect to it, but it is, and it's a lot of work that goes into it. I've talked to some of these cats and the work they put into business cards and websites and designs, and it's like it is. It's literally a brand. Like, yeah, I've even myself have taken to try to create logos and shit and things like that to be recognizable on the spot. So it's a lot of work.
Here's the infectious environment that I love with this channel. Are you reading the screen, Labini?
Am I reading what?
You just got a sub from Extra Good Citizen. You just got a sub from Stuck in the YouTube Matrix. Who else just subbed to Beanie E?
Thank
I will
I
let
subbed.
you know.
Thank you. I really appreciate it. Just give me a chance, and like I said, I will take all the criticism.
We'll give you just one.
I'll tell you what, though.
I
You go ahead.
I hit the
I
bell
was gonna say, I
beanies.
would like to know. I would like to know what kind of advice Extra Good Citizen would give to her.
Yeah, that would be a good question for Extra Good Citizen to answer.
I
Only
agree.
Extra Good Citizen could come up and answer that, unless he wants to answer it in the chat. Who else has subscribed to Beanie E tonight? Let's keep this rolling.
And
Bama Green
again,
subbed. JJ just subbed. Ben subbed to Beanie E.
I'm
I'll
on
set
my
up as soon
phone,
as
so
I
I'll
get off
sub
the
once
panel.
Same here.
Yep.
This is awesome. This is the kind of environment that I crave and I need. The positive, infectious, everybody getting behind somebody, supporting each other. I just subbed to her. Jet Perry just subbed. DFK just subbed. And Arcus just subbed. This is what I'm talking about, guys. This is what we need in this community. The support, the backing, the motivation, the courage. We need to encourage Beanie E to reach for the stars, and we need to remind someone else on this panel, Mr. Southside Slakr, that he needs to remind himself of why he got into this and do it tomorrow and get back on that horse and ride again and do it in a safe, effective, educational way. Who agrees with Sancho?
Well, Sancho, you got me to sub to Southside Slakr, and he's got no videos there. It's like, oh, okay. Yay. Ah.
I do. I'll put them back up. I do. Like I said, but it's also seeing it, and after I've matured, I look back and I feel like, am I putting out a negative influence, like we talked about earlier with the young kid in the video with the cop? You know, I don't want a little 14, 15-year-old kid to see my video and think, even though I stress, do your own research, never take what I say at face value, take what I say and fact check it before you do anything. But I don't want a young kid to see my video, go out there and cuss at a cop, and though the cop is being an asshole and, you know, intentionally intimidating this kid, he should have been aware of the risks. So that's what another reason I'm afraid of throwing these videos back up for. Like, I'd like to start fresh on a clean slate, but I mean, the past, like, it's all about transparency, and if I don't have those videos up, then I'm kind of giving a false narrative on myself. So it's a double-edged sword.
Yeah, but it's like you realize there's something that you would change, and you're giving you're trying to give advice to younger kids that's not okay. Well, there you go. You found your change. You found your reason to make that change.
Well, there's multiple ways to score. You know, like you can throw, you can pass. You know, like there's multiple ways to like score a touchdown. And maybe the first way didn't work, but the second way might be more effective. And that's something that's you may need to consider, Southside.
Right on. I said, yeah, the first way would have worked if I wanted to continue just YouTubing, but like I said, that's second. That's, you know, that's a, you know, like a bonus. It's, you know, that's what it is. That just comes with what it is. Like, the channel, I love it, but I could lose it tomorrow and I wouldn't miss a step. I'd still go to work. I'd still pay my bills. Like, this is just an extension of me trying to do something better than myself. Nowadays, at least now, that's what it's become. Because in all honesty, like I said, I started this angry with a chip on my shoulder, and it's taken being involved in this community, and a lot of people like NJ Diver, like since I can go back, he's always been, to me personally, he's always had sound knowledge. He always puts facts out there, talks about, you know, like actual court, you know, fucking, I can't think of the word now, but, you know, so he puts shit out there that's helped me open my eyes, along with others like Miss Teresa and many others that I can name, that have made me realize that it's not just about being an angry asshole, but it's really legitimately a bigger picture that needs to be put together.
Sure.
I was going to say one thing, with me kind of getting into the YouTube and doing some videos and trying to find my way and what I want to film and such. And I told my mom this. I said, Mom, I don't know where this is going to take me. I don't. But I think that it's not the destination as we always hear. It's the journey of it. And if you keep an open mind and you keep a positive attitude, and you and there's no telling where when we try new and different things, there's no telling where that's going to take us if we just have the courage and the strength and the and to go those different and new avenues. There's no telling where we're going to be and what we're going to do and the people that we're going to meet. It's real exciting for me. It really is.
Yeah, PG Writer, the biggest thing I can tell you right now to do is learn the public forum analysis. Learn what a traditional public forum is and where they are. Learn what a limited public forum is. Learn especially what a non-public forum is. Did I
I just
lose it?
I'm gonna say, don't all talk at once.
um I just
Which
want to say thank you for everyone who subscribed to me, because it is important that you can go live, during those situations. So I appreciate it. Thank you all, Sancho, for
How many
allowing me on
how
your
many subs do you
platform.
need to go live?
Let me look right now.
1,000.
Well, no,
Oh,
like
and
you can go on like
You can use a
StreamYard,
third party app and go live.
like StreamYard.
StreamYards, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's all kinds of stuff. Just look on Google Play, or if you have iPhone, look on there. There's all kinds of
StreamYard's going
third
to be
app
your best
you can
friend. Yeah.
use.
the other thing you got to realize is if you're going to videotape you going out and doing, whether it's a cop watch, an audit, or a cop block, make sure you realize that you're providing them with the evidence, the same that you feel you're getting.
Okay.
Oh yeah. 'Cause
And have no doubt they will use it.
This is one thing, Benny. Uh, El Sancho had on his, I forget what day, El Sancho, when you guys were talking about, you had Eric Brand up and you were talking about the code of conduct of some sort, like of those of that nature.
Yep.
And I remember one of them was build relationships, and and I think that if you're going to film close to your home in your hometown, and it's a small hometown, I think it's especially important to build those relationships with you and the police officers, and and, and district attorney and other people. I think that's really important, especially for filming in your town.
And not that I want to know where you are, but just another piece of advice. If you are in an odd numbered circuit court of appeals, you are already protected somewhat. Yeah, there are 12 circuit court of appeals on the federal level, just below the Supreme Court. All of the odd ones have ruled for the photographer slash videographer. None of the even ones have had a case yet. And of course, SCOTUS has not either.
That is kind of amazing that it happened that way.
Yeah, it's weird, but then again, reality is one of the strangest things you'll ever experience.
And it's very important, Beanie, to
Very
remember
true.
when you do go live, everybody's watching you. And if you fuck up, it's going to get blown up and used against you.
oh yeah.
Yeah, I totally
I will
Not
blame.
just
I will
Free
blame.
shot, Preachy.
yeah, and the court
I will
of
blame
public
Sancho for making
opinion
us go
can
to
be
your channel.
worse.
Can I get a hey, man? Can I get a hey, man?
Oh yeah.
If it all
be
goes wrong,
prepared,
Beanie, just blame Sancho. Just blame Sancho if it all goes wrong.
No, there's no replays when you go live. It is what it is. Just know, uh, just try not to dox yourself, Benny. I've done that a few times, you know. And and if the police tell you to do something, then and I'm the worst at doing this. Don't tell me what to do, but yeah, when the police tell you to do something, then my advice is try to do that.
I
uh,
do like the bike riding idea, even though Peachy lost her bike 50 million times when she did it. That whole idea.
I was ready to strangle these teenagers that they were riding it and sitting on it, and I think I was stern enough with them. They were like, "Yes, ma'am, sorry,"
Have you
but
considered, Beanie, riding a bike? And if so,
uh,
what equipment do you have doing cop watching, Beanie?
I just have my phone. That's all I have right now is my phone. And
that's all you need.
as you'll see
Yeah.
tomorrow, I probably didn't record in the right direction, with my phone. Also, I also got into this because I worked for a criminal defense attorney for many years, and I've seen so much corruption, just throughout, like with the judges, the prosecutors, the police. I've just seen it all, and it really made me mad and angry, so that's kind of where it started at. But yeah, thank you for your advice, everyone. I really appreciate it.
Well, you've already built some of those relationships then, if you were in that kind of work, Beanie.
Yes, what do you mean? Like with the attorney or?
Yeah, with just people, people in your community and in that kind of in that kind of career.
Yeah, I have, and I also realized most criminal defense attorneys, they're just in it for the money, as we all know.
Hey, Beanie, are you on Discord?
I am, but
Are you? Yeah. Do you have you ever frequented Civil Rights Unites?
I think I'm not positive though.
I have a channel there for new auditors. It's a lot of material, but you should go through most of it, and that will give you a very good background.
Beanie, I would not recommend drinking and cop watching either.
I really think there's a missed opportunity.
I don't think anyone would, Peachy.
But there's a
Thank
missed
you.
opportunity.
Oh, yeah, you'd be
I don't
surprised.
know. Yeah.
It's very important to have a GoPro attached to you. Is
Yeah.
that true, like Slakr?
Oh, honestly, I just use a phone too myself. I've always just had the phone. I've had the opportunity to wear a GoPro provided by somebody else when I went with them, but I haven't invested in it. I just feel like that's just more equipment for them to take. I have the ability to go live, so everything's recorded then.
I remember somebody saying that if you're using a phone, be sure you put a password on it. That way, when the cops take it, they can't delete the video.
Oh yeah,
I
yeah.
may say, I was going to say one thing too that I found myself in stressful situations where I needed a backup phone to call 911. Do not rely on people around you to help you. They will not help you. Even by having hundreds and hundreds of cops around you, they will not help you, especially at a protest. But what I have found is that two phones is very important doing this because I can count probably 3 or 4 times, 5 times that I needed to call 911 and I did not want to end my live stream.
I'll say you're right. Yeah, the GoPro is super beneficial. It may not be like a necessity, but that second camera is super beneficial. And you're right about the phone because there's instances that they've taken phones and held them for evidence. So you're out of that phone for weeks, days, months, who knows how long, while they get the warrant to go through it and get that evidence that they need. So you should have a second option.
Some of the phones that were confiscated at Leon Valley still aren't back to their owners.
Yes, sir.
NJ Driver. Would you mind posting in the private chat, maybe your Discord, if I'm not in there?
I'll give an invite to Crud.
Okay, thank you.
But I do agree, Sancho, sir, that the GoPro is mad beneficial. Like I said, I never invested in one. I never felt the need to, because a lot of times I'll have the gun strapped around my chest, so it's kind of an awkward positioning. So I just never invested in it.
I took the GoPro off the hot dog boy's head, and hindsight, I would not. I did. Hindsight, I would have kept that motherfucker. He would have had to wrestle me to the ground to get it. But what I did was I threw it. I threw it over his head, and he held. It was like I was a quarterback, and he was a lineman. He had held his arms up, and he did hit it a little bit, so it didn't go as far as is what I wanted it. But I would have kept it. I would have kept that GoPro if I really thought about it. I did it out of reaction, and he was a pretty big dude, pretty tall dude, but he got that close to me where I could snatch it off his head, and that was the only camera that he was going off of. So
it was probably a good thing that you didn't. Otherwise, you'd have just gotten loads of grief for stealing someone's kit. So it was probably a good thing.
Yeah, well, it was his. It would have been his word against mine. I'd put it down my pants, and
yeah, but you know what this community is like, Peachy Rider. Come on, you know what this community is like. There are people who will sit over.
Down and dirty.
But no, it did not get
frame by frame.
Yeah, but it did not. I held my camera down. I'm smarter than the average bear with some things. You guys did not see me snatch his GoPro off his head.
No, Shiva, the GoPro flew into her pants. I don't know what you're talking about.
The funniest thing I think I saw with that was when he took bits of your video and his video and he combined them together. And when he was yelling, "She's got a knife!" he zips it from his point of view to your point of view, and you just see his big fat ass. She's got a knife.
Yeah, it was. Honestly, I was thankful that I was arrested for past curfew and not wielding a knife in a crowd. That's I can take the arrest with past curfew, 10 minutes past curfew, whatever. Hour past curfew didn't fucking matter. It was past curfew, I got arrested. But in my mind, let's see, I'm trying to even think. That was the hot dog boy before or after I got arrested? I can't remember now.
It was before. It was the day before, I think. Oh no, 2 days before, maybe at least.
Yeah, 2 days.
Because you were filming for a few days, weren't you? In a stretch.
Yeah.
I think it was at least 2 days before, maybe.
And I think that's why one reason why I was not as upset, because I thought, you know what? If I'm getting arrested, thank God it's for this and not for that. And that's true. Even though I did fear for my safety, I didn't really fear for my life, but I fear for my safety. And I think that the thing is, you're guilty until proven innocent. That's the problem. So if I'd have got hemmed up doing something stupid, then that's going to be, I don't know, guys. It's just like with any arrest, it's not worth it. You got time and you got money, and then you've got, a lawsuit or whatever for unlawful arrest. None of that shit's just worth it.
Shiva, what is the most effective way? We've realized this time and a time again, the conflict of somebody reaching for the camera, smacking the hand. What do you think the proper response should be when that happens? Because we clearly see a lot of people losing their cool when that happens.
I think that... Okay, so I have been known to do photography in nightclubs and using a full-frame camera. And the reason why full-frame cameras are good in that environment is because they're good at picking up. They're good at working in low light conditions. Right? And nightclubs get very crowded. And it's my responsibility to keep my equipment safe. So if I was in one, a situation where there were lots of people, or two, where somebody was being aggressive and I thought they were going to go and grab equipment that was held in my hand, well, straight away, that hand would go straight above my head, right? And I would just kind of hold my hand up. And I think for me, like, because if you're asking me what's the most appropriate response, you're never going to get a response from me that suggests you should use violence in order to defend property, like personal effects, because that's just stuff. So I suppose that's my answer. Hold your hand up above your head.
It's tough because we all lose our cool, and we'll never know how to react until that time happens. True or false?
Okay, that was two quite right. Okay, do we all lose our cool? Yes. Do we know how we're going to react when that happens beforehand? I would argue yes. I would disagree with what you're saying there, because it's like, whilst the specifics of what might be happening might be different, actually the losing your cool is the same no matter what, right? Because no matter what the situation is, it's still you with your emotional responses. So, but there are lots of techniques to help with not losing your cool, therapy or yoga, and I know this is going to get a bit fucking, I don't know, weird or whatever, but like what worked for me was meditation. That is working slowly. I mean, it's a complicated story, but whatever it is, writing or creative outlets or whatever, it doesn't matter. There's stuff that you can use where you can train your mind to keep you cool in stressful situations.
Meditation's a real deal. Meditation's legit.
Can I jump in and agree with Shiva?
Please do. Please do. Please do.
Oh, I was gonna say I agree with Shiva of that. We can control how we react to it, because a scenario, I had something like that happen to me filming outside of public works. I had an employee, I was filming, I had my phone in my hand. I had an employee walk up to me. He walked probably about 20 feet up to me, came up to me, and then hit my camera out of my hand. I ended up getting arrested that day for threats. But so what happened is, I'm filming, he comes out and asks if I need help. I ignore him. He walks off, and when he comes back up, he slaps my camera out of my hand. Now, my normal instinct would be to hit this guy, but like you said, being conscious and aware of what I'm doing, I'm filming. I'm already known for being an aggressive auditor or cop watcher, however, and I'm outside of a police maintenance facility where there's cops located inside. If I hit this guy, even though I was well within my legal right by the state of Texas's standards for self-defense, I was well within my right to hit this guy. I had a cop flat out tell me he would have arrested me and not that guy. And then during my rant, because I was telling the guy, all right, bitch, you come to my side of town and you put your hands on me, I promise it won't go down like that. If you come see me, I'm making statements like this. So they ended up arresting me for making threats. Verbal assault is how they worded it. And I ended up getting the case dropped and everything. But yeah, you are aware of how to react, because outside of auditing, I would have hit that guy. But being aware of what I was doing, I already had the knowledge to not overreact.
And that's so important too. I know I remember PDF kind of making fun of me with Antifa lady putting her hands on me and shoving me out of a crowd, and he's calling me a cupcake. But until you get in that situation where he was in that small town, and that redneck was going after him, well, he didn't fight back. And that's one comment that I made on his channel. Okay, cupcake, why didn't you fight back? Well, and it's a smart thing not to, because it's just, at the end of the day, it's, in my opinion, it's not worth it.
Do you feel like, Southside, that your experience doing this would be easier if you were a female?
If I was a female, probably not. I feel I feel the females probably have to deal with an aspect we don't have to deal with, and it has, and not like all of them do, but there's a I guess a sexist side to it. Like, I'm sure they have to deal with a lot of men crossing lines and being perverted because they're public figures now, because we're in the age of social media, so men have no problem crossing that line and being explicit. And then, like, just a aside, like me myself, if I went out with her, I'm watching more out for her safety than my own, just as like that old school, look out for the woman mentality. So they're still treated subconsciously, I feel, not as secondhand citizens by no means, but they're not still given that full expression and full accountability for their own actions. Because if I went out with any female, I'd make sure I'd be the one getting arrested, not them. Like I would, like there's steps I would take to ensure that they wouldn't have to go through things. And I'm sure there's cops out there that because they see a woman, they find them to be weaker mentally and physically, so may take advantage then. Like a cop that may not get loud and crazy with me, or may not get loud and crazy with a man, may not have a problem doing that with a 5'4", 120-pound woman, or a 5'6", 160-pound woman. You know what I mean? So I feel
Oh,
like
I'm
it
going
is
to
harder for
disagree
them.
with you there.
Oh, okay.
All right. I just walked in on the latter half of what you were saying. I think I understand that what you were saying, that women find it harder because they're not, as physically as capable as most men generally. Obviously there are exceptions, right? Men are much more likely to face a violent response than women are. A man, like a woman auditor facing a male police officer, I would argue, is much less likely to get an aggressive response
I agree.
than a male auditor.
Less intimidating.
Just because of the way that men and women communicate with each other and the way that men and men communicate with each other.
Less of a threat.
I think it is a factor in all male physical communication, right? Even if it's just kind of low grade, but especially in a situation like an audit or a cop watch where, it's tense and emotions are running high. The risk of violence between men is much greater than the risk of violence. I think it's just psychological,
Shiva?
right?
Hey, Shiva, that all goes out the window with a female cop, doesn't it?
Well, does it? I don't know. I mean, see, the thing is, right, I'm not saying that women aren't violent. I just want to make that clear. That's not what I'm saying.
Yeah, I get what you're saying.
I've witnessed it. I've seen videos online of female state troopers and how they treat a woman of the same gender who's doing citizen video journalism.
Right. No,
right.
What he's saying and what I agree with is
Yeah,
if there's a female who has a record of going after the police and being a threat, that whole theory is out the window. But first impressions, as far as an intimidation factor, they're less threatened by a female because I just feel that's just the way it is.
Because we're
I
less.
think I get what you're saying.
I think that we're less prone to violence.
You're less of a wanker than we are.
No, hang on.
Yeah.
Well,
I think what he's saying.
That's
yeah,
not
I think
true,
I think what he might be saying is like me. I think he said cops look at women like I do. When I go out with my sisters, I'm like a protector. I watch over them. It's a just like a protection thing. So men, when they talk to women, like are less likely to be aggressive. They're more likely to be understanding and take it with. I think I get what you're saying. Like the way I would handle the situation, the cops would in the same way. I'm just assuming they wouldn't because they're cops.
It might be also because they're viewed as less than lethal.
I've got my hand up. Sorry, I just want to pick Peachy Rider up on something, which is that women are not as prone to violence as men are. That is not borne out by the statistics. In fact, if you look at intimate partner violence year on year, in countries all across the world, the rate about 30 to 40% of the victims of intimate partner violence are men.
Okay, we're not talking about being at home and domestic.
Hang on. But what that indicates, Peachy, is that women are just as prone to violence as men. Now, what I would argue
not out shooting people and raping and assaulting and things like that. Maybe at home, I would agree with you, Shiva.
Well, no, sorry, wait. Most men don't go around shooting, raping people.
Okay. Well, there's more men than women that do that, brother.
Is there? How do you know? How do you know? Did you
there's
know?
More, there's more males than females that do shit like that.
How do you know, Peachy Rider? How do How? What are you basing that on?
Just watch the news every night.
Don't what? You trust the fucking news?
What?
Jesus fucking Christ!
Read, watch. Yes.
No, all right. See, now I should leave this panel because I'm getting annoyed. Right. Okay.
All right. Good night.
First of all, right. First of all, you are part of a community that seems to mistrust the mainstream media quite a lot. Secondly, I've actually put forward the argument, and there don't seem to be very many Americans that agree with me on this. That actually, if you want to look at why stuff like Black Lives Matter and all the protests are happening, maybe you should look at the way that mainstream media portrays young black men.
I think we're veering off the subject. I think with women, I think that it is a very dangerous situation being a woman and by yourself. I think you're more likely.
It's far more dangerous if you're a man. The statistics quite clearly bear this out, that you are much more likely to be physically assaulted walking down the street if you are male than if you are female.
I agree with you, Shiva. I'm not disagreeing with you. I don't know why you're getting upset over this.
Because it's like you're agreeing with me, but then you're standing by your assertion that women aren't as prone to violence as men.
So let's vote on this. A poll is open. Do females have an advantage doing this? Vote yes, vote no.
No. My vote would be no.
Do women have an advantage in doing this?
I think it depends on the situation.
And I think it depends on the woman as well, right? Like, if you've got a nice, polite guy and then you contrast that with a really aggressive woman, then I would argue that it's going to be the pleasant guy that's going to have the advantage, right? Because he's going to appeal to the copper's ego. Whereas the aggressive woman is going to be threatening. Sorry, Peachy, I was getting a bit agitated there.
No, it's okay. You know, I look at it too as women are looked at as the weaker of the two. You know, male being the stronger, females being the weaker, and the police officer seeing the stronger of the two of us being more of the threat is maybe how I should have stated that.
So let me ask Officer Oak. You see a male with a camera filming you, and you see a female with a camera. What matters, if anything?
Well, I'm probably not the one to ask because I understand this community more than the average officer probably does. But if I was looking at it like not as an officer that has a good understanding of this community, I would assume that the woman was filming me. Though it depends if she's talking to me. I mean, it depends. Like, I would be like, oh, she must be somebody's echoing.
Extra good's echoing.
Oh. I would probably be like, oh, she's probably filming me because I'm hot. You know.
So you would be less intimidating with a female than a male?
Yeah. Yeah.
So, good. I'm glad.
I did have a lot of winks from police officers and National Guard at the protest. I just have to throw that in.
Where is extra good? What are your thoughts to Beanie?
Now, let me ask you this: would you be
go? Flying, go ahead.
My best advice would be to know the repercussions. You're going to lose friends. They're going to come after you. Be ready for that.
Thank you. All right, Klein, go ahead. That was good advice. Klein?
Thank you.
I was going to say, do you have someone like, if you have someone like Patty who is filming you, and then you have someone like China, the ninth wonder of the world, filming you, who's more intimidating in that situation? So that's why I think it depends on the situation.
One's deceased,
Well, I don't know because even if it was a female the size of China, I wouldn't feel the need to get physical with her because I'm a skinny dude. But this is gonna sound sexist as fuck. But she's a woman. I don't see myself losing. So I wouldn't get physical with her, even though she's twice my size. And I know that sounds fucked up. Oh, but that's sexist. Yeah, whatever. And my mentality, I'd kick any man's ass. So you think I can't kick another woman's ass? You know, like that's the way I feel mentally. So I'd never, even if she's trying to stand in front of me, I wouldn't feel the need to get physical with her. Even if it was fucking a 5'4" guy, I'd beat the 5'4" guy's ass before I beat the woman's ass, just off of my own moral compass.
If there was a female Josh Abrams, how many times do you think they would get in trouble?
Oh,
It depends on where I think the location. I mean, it depends on where you are.
Same amount of times, I think.
yeah. You
A
can't fit
female
stupid in any
Josh
gender.
Abrams. Are you
I
saying
think
that?
if
you
I was a
saying
female
there isn't?
Josh Abrams in Atlanta, I would be arrested a lot more than Josh. I think he's gotten off lightly, in my opinion, so far.
Oh, I'll tell you what, it's because of where he goes. He wouldn't go to Atlanta. I'll tell you that. Well, okay, if he did, he'd find a nice suburb of Atlanta. That's where he'd go.
Yeah, I
He
jumped
wouldn't
straight into the frying pan. I didn't mess with any of these nice, quiet, quaint communities around my house. I went straight to Atlanta, and yeah, he would have still been in jail if he were to pull those shenanigans there.
So I'm going to ask a question, and I'm going to start with a Southside, then go to Extra Good, then I'm going to go to Shiva, then the Peachy, then Oak, then Klein, and then Beanie as well. What is the wrong way to cop watch? Southside.
Oh shit. The only wrong way is anytime you insert yourself. I mean, if you go up and you immediately start interacting with the officers, that's where you fucked up. I mean, I got no problem with whatever language you use or how you talk to them, but if you walk up and you don't let the cops, if you, like I said, you create the interaction, or even if the cop asks you something, hey, step back 5 feet, oblige him that 5 feet. 5 feet ain't gonna kill you. Small things like that, man. Like when you intentionally make yourself a part of the situation, you're already fucking up, and that's what needs to be checked. Too many people.
That's good.
I don't talk to them until they talk to me. It's too easy to get an interference charge.
Oh yeah.
If I'm done, especially here, they would love to have anything. Interference, disorderly. So I don't talk until I'm spoken to. I know that's not what some people want to hear, but and then it's on.
I like that. I like that foundation. I like that auditing, cop watching, both. It's a safe basis to be on. Mr. Shiva, I don't know if you heard the question, but what is the wrong way to cop watch in your opinion?
Virtually almost every way that I've seen so far. I think there's a whole bunch, including the basics. Let's start with the real basics. If you're working in audio and video, get some decent fucking equipment. and then learn how to use the fucking stuff. Like, if you have to use a phone, at least turn it sideways, but get a decent camera, right? If you're recording something for stuff that might need to come up as evidence in court, if you can use decent equipment. Other than that, I would say don't interact. One of the reasons I really like San Diego Cop Watch is that he doesn't interact unless he's interacted with, by and large. And then I would say follow instructions, right? So, and this again goes back to getting decent equipment, because if you've got a decent fucking lens, a decent zoom lens on a decent camera, you won't mind having to move back 50 yards or whatever, because it won't matter, because you'll still be able to pick up the footage, right? Yeah. So I would say, right, and I would draw a distinction between doing a First Amendment audit and a cop watch. I don't think there's a good way of doing a First Amendment audit. I'm going to be honest. Cop watches, I think, are quite a different beast, and I think they can be done well. But yeah, those would be, if you like, the wrong way to do it would be the way that the most of the auditors seem to do it at the moment, which is shaky hand cam footage on a crappy phone in which they're calling a police officer a motherfucker.
Okay, there's a lot to unpack there, but I'm gonna
Did Sheba just say that? Did Sheba, did you say that a person should stand back if they're a cop watcher?
Yes, absolutely.
All right, just ask. You might be right. Nevaeh said that, and she
I
had
threw
a
a
good
link in the
point.
chat.
So make me think I'm not a cop watcher. I'm an activist. I got to get involved.
Like, watch them, film them, absolutely, record them, right? Because it keeps them on their fucking toes, right? Like,
Agreed. I got to do that. But if I see them violating someone's rights, I got to say something. I got to get involved. You guys want to?
okay, but then are you contaminating the evidence
Yeah,
that you're
let's do that.
collecting?
Shiva,
Right.
sir.
I'm on mute for a second, Sancho. I'm gonna hop out the car.
No, I don't think he's really. I don't think there's any contaminating of evidence. He essentially educates the person that legally they don't have to allow the cop to search their car, which is essentially him pointing out the law, which is what the police should be.
Yeah, I suppose, is that not a different category of activism compared to cop watching and auditing?
I put a link in there, Shiva, sir. If you go check, it's a kind of long video, but that's probably the best cop watch I've done to date. It's in the chat. It's like 2 hours long. You don't have to watch the whole thing, but like I sat there the whole time in the heart of a investigation of shots fired, and it went off without a hitch for 2 hours.
All right. Oh, I think I might have seen that actually. You really don't have to call me. I'm about as far removed from a sir as you can get.
Force a habit.
Sir,
Force
Sir
a habit.
Drunks a lot. You can call him Sir Drunks a lot.
So
no, I don't. I don't drink that much.
Let me ask
It's
you
just that when I drink, I
Okay.
drink hard.
Keep telling yourself that, Shiva.
I'm gonna ask Joe,
Southerners.
what is
PGA, baby.
we have a
Okay,
Beanie
Jacob.
who just did her first
You need
cop walk.
baby up here.
Stop taking over the show. Stop
All
taking
right.
over the show. I'm asking questions. Jesus, all these alphas on this panel is getting me crazy. Listen, Beanie E is starting cop watching for the first time.
I saw
She did
that.
her first video. What advice do you have to give her? Good advice. And what advice do you give her for how not to do it? And then, Oak, I'm going to have you follow up after he is finished with his answers.
I say take Sheba's advice, Beanie, and stand off. Do that for a while, and get to know shit, get to know your surroundings. For starters, I think that's good advice. Stand off.
And what advice do you have to not do it? No, I'm sorry. What's the wrong way to do it? What's the wrong way to cop watch?
The wrong way to do it is to hop out the car and say, die, Biggie, die, Piggy, die. That's the wrong way to do it. Agitate, irritate, that's the wrong way to do it. Interfere, that's the wrong way to do it. All that shit's wrong, in my opinion.
I disagree with Joe just for the sake of disagreeing.
But I just want to point out, Joe sounds a lot like me there.
I know, right?
Yeah, but Joe, what's the point of interfering? When you can, when you see that the cops are going through their car, searching their vehicle, and you're yelling out, "Oh, you don't have to let them search." At what point are you interfering? That's where I have problems.
I don't think that's interfering. There's some people say interference has to be physical. There may be some truth to that.
Yeah.
And plus, again, I'm an activist. I'm out there to protect people. If I can't enlighten them to their rights while I'm 15 feet away, what am I doing out there?
Yeah.
So I'm not a pure cop watcher.
Why do you have a tendency to tell people to blow you?
I do not know, right? And I don't, I do not know. But I say it's 1,000 times.
If
Somebody got a YouTube open.
Hypothetically, if an officer reaches for your penis will you press charges on him because you told him to blow
It
you?
depends if he's cute. If he's cute, he gets away with it. And I'm kidding. If it's a bad broad, yeah, all right.
I just
If
saw a
it's-
video of you at a gas station yelling "blow me" about 62 times at an officer, and I was kind of under the assumption that Mr. Joe Cool would be a little bit more tamer, build a lot more
I
relationships.
try to. I got a shit temper, Sancho. I hate myself after that shit too. I be like, Joe, you missed the fucking opportunity. But you know, I lose
Joe,
my
hey,
mind. You good too if a grown man tell you don't stand there, move back. Even make you crazy.
Joe, didn't you get in trouble with a female officer for saying things like that?
I got arrested by a female officer. We
Yeah.
was arguing, the traffic stop was over with, and she said something. I said, "What you say?" And she said something that I got it wrong. I was like, "Oh, I was about to tell you to suck my dick." Click, click, click. And she cuffed me up, and they were mad at the station. They were like, "What she lock him up?" But that's some of Michelle bullshit. They were mad, bro. Michelle made a mistake.
And that was the same night you went to the hospital.
I was the same night I went to the hospital. Yes, I was up there eating fucking. They were like, "We gonna put you on the floor for 4 days in the county and under John Doe." So yes, I told them I was having difficulty breathing, and they had to take me to the hospital. And I sat in a warm bed with 2 heated blankets, eating juice and fucking crackers all night.
I
So,
love that fucking story.
I think
Mr. Oak, try to unpack this all, Officer Oak. What are your thoughts on cop watch and the good way to cop watch and the bad way to cop watch?
Again, I'm not the right nigga to ask. You got
I'm
that
not
nigga
asking
Slakr up there.
you.
He might be a better guy. Peachy may be better to ask.
Joe called. You're not Officer Oak.
Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you for that. I didn't know he was up here. Where's Officer Oak?
Joe Cool. This is like
Okay,
the
what up,
first
bro?
time
I
I've
don't
been
think
on
we
a-
ever met. What's good?
Hey,
I
Joe,
know.
tell everyone where you are and what you're doing tonight.
I am in somewhere in Indiana. I might be in Gary. I'm with Freedom to Film, Panda, Chuck Bronson, Mrs. Chuck Bronson, a lot of motherfuckers. I'm missing some niggas. It's 8 of us out here, and Josh, Accountability for All. Sancho's
Oh
buddy is
fuck
out here somewhere.
yeah! Tell him he can suck my dick.
Hey, Josh.
Yeah, kick him in the nuts for me too. and for
Fuck, I don't know where he is.
CFW.
Him and Chuck might have kept going. We're in different cars.
Yeah.
We
And for
sent him
CFW, give him a kick in the nuts for her too.
Yes,
he'll
when I
be
catch
he'll be
up
in the
to him.
clown car.
He should be in the clown car. I think they kept going. We might meet them in the next town or something. I don't think they stopped.
I want to start by saying I think Joe Cool is kind of like the Uncle Phil of the auditing community.
I think so.
And I mean that in a good way.
My man.
Because I like it. You know, you seem like you speak your mind even when the odds are against you, which is cool.
Yeah, and that's thank you.
I don't always agree with you, but I like that. You know that you're not afraid to do that, and I think that goes hand in hand with being a good auditor. Is you know, using your mind. You know, not using the script. You know,
yeah, come on. Well said.
I could sit here and go over the whole script. You know, how does it start off? Name and badge
have you
number.
said your oath? Did you take an oath?
Yeah, you take an oath. Name and badge number. Bye. There's a script, you know. Like you hear them all say it, and they're robots. They're not like okay, if I say this, it'll get me views. You know, is that a felony or a misdemeanor? Like motherfucker, you look stupid. I don't know. That's how I feel.
I be thinking the same shit. I would not say, "Did you take an oath?" And I can't bring myself to do it. That good lines, I can't bring myself to do it.
So what? I don't know if you answered the question, Oak, that I asked you. What is the wrong way to cop watch?
Well, that's what I said. I said, you know, not thinking for yourself. and using other people's stuff is one. But I mean, I can go into a lot of ways the wrong way of cop watching. I mean, that's like my
Joe?
whole YouTube career.
I didn't want to do this, Joe, but I think we need to. We have a poll that is about to start. Who will get more high tonight, Sancho or Joe Cool? Vote for Sancho or vote for Joe Cool.
And whoever you
Don't
vote
be
for,
stupid, don't be dumb.
whoever you vote for is going to be the wrong person because I'm already higher than both of those motherfuckers.
Hey, I don't know, man. You gotta throw my fucking name in that hat too, man. I'm high as fuck too.
Everybody, hold on. I'm closing the poll.
And just to put it into context, it's 6:30 in the morning, and I've been up all night. So,
all right, that's gotta have some extra fucking difficulty points for Sheba.
Who's eating a fucking donut, getting me so fucking hungry.
I'm eating the White Castle bacon cheeseburger.
Oh,
I've got a question.
Oh man, see, I ain't eaten yet, but y'all are gonna make me get that German chocolate cake out right now, man. Come on, keep it down.
I have a question for the panel, if you'll allow it, El Sancho.
Yeah, I'm doing the poll, which was your idea, so I like you.
All right. Okay. All right. So, okay. While he's doing the poll, I'll slip my question in and then see what happens, because this is something I've raised before, and I don't know. Right. Okay. Should auditors and/or cop watchers adopt the usage of a rubric?
Of a what?
I'm lost on what that is.
Tell you what,
educational tool.
Yeah, rather than it's basically okay. Let me. It's okay. A heading on a document, according to Google. I've just done put the word into Google, right, and I'm just coming up with what it says, or a set of instructions or rules. So this is the way that I understand a rubric. When you go to an educational establishment, you're given an assignment, right? So I used to do animation, so the assignment might say, do an animation 2 minutes long, has to feature this, that, and the other, include this, that, and the other, and etc. And then you'd also get another document called the rubric, and the rubric outlined the rubric outlined what you would not only what constituted a pass or a fail, or shut up, Sancho. Shut up. So the rubric tells you not only what you need to do to pass or fail on a given grade, but the degree to which you passed or failed depending on the criteria that you've met during the assessment.
You are George Bush in this election right now.
Oh my God!
You are stealing all the votes right now for who is the most high right now. Either Sancho, Shiva, Joe Cool, Slakr, or Officer Oak.
No, look. Okay,
it's got to be Oak. It's got to be Oak.
You just stole every fucking vote, Shiva. Holy shit! Vote Shiva. Vote Shiva. Vote Shiva. Oh my God! What did you just do? You just rigged this fucking election.
But, do you understand what I'm talking about?
No! Anyone? Hold on. Teddy Klein, you're really intelligent. What the fuck did he just say? Okay, extra good citizen. You're really intelligent. What the fuck did he just say?
I couldn't hear. I was turning you down because of the scanner. I listened.
I think he basically just described the 1A code of ethics.
No, that would be a code of ethics. No,
but
no.
He did, but he just described it and then he called it something else.
No, I didn't, Officer Oak. No, right. See, no, you don't understand what I'm talking about.
I'm not sure I heard the word that he used correctly. I think he said the word was rubric.
It's
And what
it's spelled RUBRIC rubric.
They use that in a lot of educational forums, platforms,
My
schools, and
my
such.
two beagles checked it.
Yeah, hold on, Shiva. So you're gonna exclude about 95% of the people with even saying rubric. I mean, I'm sorry.
So would your answer be no? They shouldn't use one, or they couldn't use one? That's a
No.
different answer, isn't it?
Yeah,
No,
yeah.
I don't know. I think I'm kind of grasping what you're saying. I think somewhat like it's like a across the board checklist. I think someone in chat said it like a syllabus, like it's a predetermined set of not rules but standards
Checks and balances.
it like checks. Yeah, like it's a predetermined set of standards that if someone watches a video, they can go by and say, did he interfere? No. Was he this? No. Did he do this? No. So I kind of get what you're saying, and I do
Yeah.
feel like something like that would be beneficial.
Yes, exactly. And it'd be a tool that the auditors themselves would use. So they could determine whether the institution or the officer has passed or failed the audit and by what degree.
Yeah. And then it would even help people who are looking to get into this with somewhat of a stepping stone on how they feel they should conduct themselves rather than just jumping in blindly, not knowing what to do. I mean, yeah, I think I'm grasping what you're saying.
Oh, see, I know. I definitely like Southside Slakr. You, my friend, have an open invitation to come to the shit show, and I don't mean because we want to take the piss out of you, because I think you'd be good to have on there. This is the first time someone's gone. No, I get what he's talking about. That's a good idea.
I hopped on his panel, plugging my channel. He'd rip my ass a new one. You know you would too.
No, oh right, no. I actually, what I keep meaning to do, and I keep forgetting, before people leave the panel, is asking them, "Do you want to plug? Like, if you got something coming up?"
That's what
I do sometimes remember to do it, but if you're on my panel next time, Sancho, just put the word plug in private chat, just to give me a mental
Don't
reminder.
confuse it with a butt plug.
I'll just DM you on.
Oh my word!
Imagine
the thing is, Sancho. The thing is, Sancho, is that if you DM me on Discord while I'm streaming, I might not see the DM until after the stream.
Private chat better. You got it.
Yeah.
If it's drunk Shiva, then it's gonna go. He's gonna be like, "What the fuck do you mean, plug, mate?"
Exactly.
Oh no, drunk Shiva's not retired. No, he's just he's just not here right now.
The drunk Shiva is concentrated more on telling people to fuck off at the end of his stream, which I find that's pretty cool.
To be honest, the drunk Shiva doesn't appear very often. I'd actually drink very often, which is why.
You keep telling yourself that, Shiva.
Peachy Ryder, how often do you think I drink?
Dude, I'm just trolling you, brother. That's it.
You're getting triggered by her. She's good at it. She's learned to. She's been trolled, so now she's learned because she's been trolled.
Hang on, Peachy.
Yeah, I'm learning from the best.
Peachy, how often do you think I drink?
Every night.
Why do you think that, Peachy?
Because you're drunk every night. Because I hear it.
Do you think I'm drunk now, Peachy?
You're high as fuck now.
Is drunk and high the same?
You're drunk and high every night, Shiva. I'm just trolling you, man. I'm giving you a hard time. That's all.
I'm not trolling.
You're not used to this side of her because she's always serious.
Peachy,
but this is a good side
Peachy.
Oh yes,
Peachy.
yes, Shiva.
I'm not trolling. Or am I?
Okay, have another drink.
Coward bitch.
Sorry.
You've never had an impasse, where you questioned if you wanted to continually do this as far as putting any content on like YouTube. Have you ever been at that impasse before?
Who, me?
Yeah.
No.
You know how you counter troll? Shiva?
How?
You just shout, "You coward bitch."
Oh, that's not really my style. I mean, if I'm pissed, maybe then yeah. I actually don't like using insults when I'm. See that's the thing. Maybe when I'm what happens when I'm drunk is the side of all the stuff that I don't like about myself that's really aggressive and horrible. It just kind of comes out and goes. Brah!
No, neither do I. And I think you found that out when you were trying to get me to argue with you on your stream, and I was like, I don't want to argue, Shiva. I just want to have a conversation.
Yeah, he was messaging me trying to help you in the middle of that stream, and I was like, should I hop on? He's like, no, don't. It's not safe.
No.
It's not safe right now. He's too fucked up to hop on, so I didn't even bother. But there was a behind the scenes effort to try to help you with that. I hope you realize that.
Oh yeah, no. There's only one reason to come on to a drunk panel, and that's because you feel like coming on.
So what if I actually have someone like Southside?
Sorry, someone's echoing badly. That made me.
Just dropped his phone. Back out. You have headphones? No.
Okay, I'm listening now.
What advice do you have for someone like Southside who has a really big audience?
Holy cow! Come on, people.
That's a good criticism.
I turned my scanner down for a minute. What advice? I know exactly what Southside Slakr is talking about. You can get burned out really quick. I take breaks every now and then, and usually come back more energized. So it's really easy to get burned out. Because keep in mind, we're constantly bombarded with hatred, thief. So it gets old, but I just go do my thing.
What percentage Southside? Hold on. I'm gonna mute you until I have you answer the question because there's a little feedback because you don't have headphones. What percentage? That's why I had you on mute. Chill out. What percentage is there, the Southside, that they're overwhelmed with the negativity and they just quit and they never come back and recharge those batteries? You want to go first, Southside?
How is he going to answer that question? He doesn't have enough data, right?
Yeah, I would say I'm not sure of how many. Like, there's a few that I've noticed don't make videos since I've been subscribed to them, but for the most part, I haven't seen anybody really jump out and not come back in. The people that are involved now are it's pretty much the same people I've seen since the beginning, minus a handful. One guy I mentioned earlier moved out to California, and his channel slowly kind of dissipated, and I haven't heard or seen from him since, and a couple others. But yeah, nobody's really left and come back to mine. Even me, like I've talked about stepping out a couple times, and I still find my way making a video here and there because you can't help but come across something and film it, and that's the content just in everyday life.
Well, the question more is in their experience, how often have they seen someone just completely drop this all together and walk away clean? John, you have an answer to that?
Usually you'll see that when people have a case going on, they'll take a break. I haven't seen anybody actually outright quit yet either.
Now, Ansamo is taking a break from auditing to do a rap career. How important is it to have other options besides auditing going on in your life? I will begin with Kenny, then we'll go to Southside, Extra Good, Oak, Beanie. I'll let you jump in on this, and Shiva, and we'll keep going along after that. Mr. Klein, how important is it to have a second career lined up with cop watching?
I think it's very important to have a second career. I mean, it helps you remain grounded and just gives you it gives you more of a, I don't even know how to say it. Like, just it helps keep you grounded, and you're not relying specifically on just your cop watching, not just for income, but for um, just social interaction and stuff like that. You have to have something that keeps you going, and just yeah, pretty much.
Slakr.
Yeah, I gotta agree, but I'd like to just change the terminology a bit. It shouldn't be a backup option. You should have a primary already, and cop watching, if you're looking to make it financial, should be your secondary. Like if like I said, if I lost my channel tomorrow, because I get no monetary gain from it. So if I lost my channel tomorrow, I would still be able to provide for myself with my full-time job. So it's very important to have something outside of cop watching, but that should be primary. And then cop watching, if the financial means come about in time, should become primary. It shouldn't be from the jump primary, because you're already starting off in a hole. You should have something stable that you can already pay your bills, get receipts. Because if you get locked up, you have the means to get yourself out.
So,
All
I
right,
have a
jump ahead.
question.
No, hold on.
Okay.
I'm trying to focus on this question first. John.
I'm a full-time computer programmer, so I do this as a hobby. So the question really doesn't relate to me. I've worked in IT for over 25 years. I've worked full-time since I was 14 years old, and I'll continue to do so. My job gets the insurance for my family, puts money into my 401k, and this is just a hobby. So.
Like echoing the sentiment there, and what I previously said, this should never be your career. There's never been in the history of ever a paid, activist. When you start relying on this for funds, it taints your perception of why you're doing this, and it's going to taint your content too, because you're going to be doing the wrong things, and painting officers with that broad brush, and making the narrative to your liking, and so that way you can get content so you can eat. When whether you eat or not relies on whether you can get content of a bad officer, then that good officer may be a bad officer today.
All right, Beanie E, do you have any thoughts on that question?
I'd have to agree with pretty much everything everyone said. I think it's very important to have funds put away if you do get arrested, so you're not put in a jam. I think it's very important to have a job or a career before doing this.
Mr. 80% Shiva.
Mr. 80%.
That's how much you're winning in the poll right now.
Yeah, I think unless you've been approached by a production company that's paying you a wage, or unless your channel has grown organically and is actually at the point where it's generating an income, and some channels will do that once they get to a certain point. Like, channels do generate income through a number of sources, right? So then YouTube isn't your career, and if you're doing this and you don't have a primary source of income, then you're a fucking idiot.
Miss Shiva. Good job, Shiva. Miss Pichirada.
Can you repeat the question, please?
I think we need to add you to the poll. You need to get added to that poll, because you're all right. What was the question? Go ahead.
It was should you have a secondary career lined up?
I was having mic issues. Thank you.
Okay, well, first of all, if at what point? Yes, absolutely. But at what point do you stop filming if it starts affecting your career and or your family relationships?
Oh, that's all personal choice, man.
yeah, but well,
So hang on.
Because, like I said,
Is that your answer to the question to the question that Sancho asked?
well, if you're, I think that's an obvious answer to it's very to me it's a very easy answer with finances. I mean, you've got to do something to have a roof and food and insurance and things like that, though, right? I mean,
But we all know. Sorry, I'm going to stop. Sorry, because we've not heard. Yes,
We
this
do
isn't a
have a guest
conversation
in
yet,
the
is it?
chat. We do have a guest, Disorderly Product News. Big shout out. He's in the chat listening for the first time. Welcome. Please like, share, and subscribe, and hop on the panel if you feel free.
Oh yeah, I'm subscribed. I've been keeping him. That boy puts out good content, and that motherfucker's voice is soothing as fuck. I love just listening to that motherfucker. Just when he talks, yeah, he should be on the fucking radio.
On one panel will make me be in the most zen mode ever. I will say that now.
Oh, and I'm not even doing my ASMR voice yet.
Oh man, I'm tingling right now, guys.
Hi, Disorderly Product. I love him. He's awesome, and he's out of Chicago. He does a lot of work with Joe Cool.
Yep. I was making fun of Joe Cool. Making fun of Joe Cool's dancing skills, and he didn't understand my joke. But I was looking for Joe Cool to dance on that live feed yesterday, and he wasn't dancing. He was filming everyone else dancing, and I'm like, I like seeing this good side of Joe Cool. I don't like seeing the blow me 2,700 times on the stream. I like to see him showing his personality like he does on these panels. So I was saying on his live feed, give someone a camera, go out in the middle of there and dance. I want to see you dance.
It's funny that Joe Cool thing. I swear I have to find the link, but I think what's his name? That fucking actor James Wood tweeted a portion of Joe and DPN's video yesterday in regards to the protesting. I saw a film of some people out there dancing. I was like, man, this looks familiar. I swore I saw this, but I couldn't find any identifying marks to let me know. But I'm like 90% sure it was their video.
I followed his coverage with.
I had a question for the two auditors.
Sure, go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to know, how hard do you guys find it to not paint all law enforcement with the same brush when you guys interact with them?
Oh man, I paint them all with the same brush already, but I give them the opportunity as individuals to treat me right. It was hard at first because I wanted to just cuss them all out and give them all the business, but as I've just grown and matured, it's a lot easier to give the human being the benefit of the doubt, even though as a police officer I feel they're corrupt and a part of the problem.
So you're of the mind that you just paint all the police as bad until you're proven wrong.
Exactly. That's my mind frame. I see them as no different as, like I explained earlier with the banditos. Like the banditos are painted with a broad brush as being a ruthless biker gang, but me personally, I know several of them to be good people. So I look at, like I said, the police department is just another organization like MS-13, Banditos, Crips, Bloods, anything else. They're all painted the same until they've shown that they, otherwise. The same thing they do to me. I get caught where, what gang am I in? Where was I locked up at? The same brush they paint me with, I paint them with.
And what Southside Slakr said initially was that he does see them all the same, but he tries to give them the benefit of the doubt as human beings. So he sort of doesn't so there's an initial, they're coppers and there's a them and us, but actually he tries to see the man or the woman wearing the uniform. That's what I got from that anyway.
Yeah. So that's where I am now. Like when I approach them, like I said, I feel disgust because I'm approaching a cop. Yeah, but once I get there, if I walk up to them and they're like, "Hey, how you doing, Southside? You doing all right today?" "Oh yeah, I'm doing good, boss man. You staying safe? You having a good day?" "Yeah, man." Blah blah blah. Like I'm gonna keep it courteous and polite until they show me that they're just a horrible person.
So, John, what are your thoughts on that?
All right, sounds good to me.
I'm always courteous. I kill them with kindness, and I get a lot of information from good cops about the bad cops, who also love what I do. So I wish I could point out the good cops more, but if I did, they'd be fired or taken out.
I genuinely look forward to the next poll Shiva's going to have, and I'm going to hop on and fucking throw a monkey wrench in it and fuck with it. Let's sabotage it like you did to this one. 80%. With that whole algorithms of records and all that shit. You took
I'm not even
to a different vortex, and that's how you won by 80%.
And I'm not even drinking tonight.
I could. That's a lie.
That's a lie.
No, sorry, I am drinking. I'm drinking coffee.
I feel like I could have shown myself smoking this whole time, and I still.
I've been smoking. I'm in 3-4 blunts in 2 hours in like 3 hours. Like,
yeah.
But you and I have been going at it the longest here. Shiva hops on and just sweeps us under the fucking rug.
Well, you know, I mean, maybe you lot should jump on Brian's panel and sing a song, and then everyone will think you're high as fuck.
I'm banned. I wish. I don't. You hopped on and sang again.
Yeah. I'm doing look, see, here's my thing, right? I got Josh onto one of my panels, and then this was when I was really new to hosting panels, and I didn't really know who anyone was. And then Teresa came on and fucking ripped the shit out of it. And then I've never been able to get Josh back onto a panel since. And I really want to have a conversation with Josh. So I'm kind of I've been launching a charm offensive, if you will. In that, you know, I'm just kind of getting
What question do you want me to ask those? The question. What's the question? Give me the question, and I will ask the question.
Why?
Uh-oh.
The question.
No, that was the question. Why?
What is the meaning of life?
What are your Mr. Slakr? What are your how is the temperature now compared to when we started this as far as motivation is concerned?
Oh, I mean, the sense of a community it feels good here. I'm not gonna lie to you, Sancho Boss. That first night that I ever had any interaction with you on Jeff's panel, like since from that night forward, I've been slowly, like, I guess, feeling it again. And I think it's the way like that you've come in, man. You've come in, and yeah, there was that little bit of drama, but you seem to have a pretty good, you know, unbiased point of view. You come in, you let people chop it up. You have good panels, people in the chats chop it up, blah blah blah. So it seems like the way you've gone about it has helped me kind of get that positive spark back, because this is the most interaction with your channel and your panels. I was on Shiva's panel a while back, but this group that I've connected with after meeting up with you that day in Just panel has kind of helped me get that feeling back, because it's not a lot of just unnecessary drama over here. It's a lot more focused on what's going on, just the let's chill, let's have a good time type shit. So that's helping me out a lot. That's the morale that I was lacking that used to be here, because a lot of the groups are just fucking, it's fights, it's drama, it's bullshit, it's yada yada. I don't need that negativity. I need something.
I got some hate. I got some hate by cutting the interview a little short by bringing people up, but my goal was to show you what a good community can be like. Everybody was brought up for a reason. I know they're good people. John, I don't know as well. I'm getting to know him, but he hasn't been confrontational at all on any of these panels. So he comes from an experienced side from a cop watcher, so that's why he's very important to have on here. Thank you for coming on as well. But I brought people up particularly to show you and hope to motivate you to change your opinion and kind of light that spark up. And that's why I did it, my guy.
I'm only good because I'm rolling zero.
Oh, yeah, it's cool. And
You hear that, extra good citizen? We're not the ones starting drama.
Okay. No, there's a lot of people in my own community that cause a lot of drama. I've excused myself. I can see I'm mostly filmed by myself. So, by the way, all the crime is solved in my community. I can go home. I've been driving around for an hour and haven't found anything.
How much of a schedule do you guys have as cop watchers as far as when something breaks 2, 3 in the morning, you gotta go.
My home life comes first. Make sure my kids are taken care of, and then my schedule is open. Families comes first.
Good answer.
Hey, Slakr, I don't know if you see the live chat, but Lindsay just jumped in and comment up. I've been watching the 1A community for 7 years, and can honestly say Slakr was one true auditor with honor and respect, and he did it for the right reasons. Never about the money or fame.
I appreciate that, boss man, because it's not about that.
That was Lindsay C that said that.
It shouldn't be, at least.
Someone in chat said that.
Oh man, I appreciate. Oh yeah, see, there's a lot of. I said, let me go to the chats. I keep forgetting I could do that on my phone. There's a lot of cats in here that I see regularly on my channel. Even just when I do bullshit, like the other day, I just sat and got high for a couple hours, expressing my discontent with myself for like 2 hours, man. And people were in there, chilling with me and chopping it up. So that's love. That's the love that's even just kept me around. You know what I'm saying? Like got through the haters because. Beanie man, expect that. Expect a lot of the trolls to come on and talk buku shit. It takes some thick skin. It took me about 3 to 6 months to develop the thick skin needed to fucking put yourself out there like this.
Like I said earlier. You said you had like 27,000 subscribers or something like that. Okay.
Yes, sir. Just about.
If you had that many subscribers, you must have been doing something right. I'm just saying. You don't hit that number by luck.
Right. Peachy Rider. What advice as a woman do you have for Beanie about the negativity, the vileness, the disgustingness that you have been exposed to in such a short period of time on YouTube?
You have to pick and choose your battles. But for the most part, they're just words, and you just have to ignore a lot of it. And I have a hard time doing that at times. I've gotten a lot better. 6 or 7 months ago, something that someone would say, I would break down and cry. Not very often. That happened maybe once or twice with somebody that's been very vile towards me on panel. Benny's been in this game for a long time, so it's going to be different, Beanie, with you being on the other side filming. But I think Benny really has a good head on her shoulders, and she's got thick skin already. I think she's going to be great. And we need more women. We need more. We need strong, educated, open-minded women doing this.
Thank you, Peachy. I agree.
John, I found out what the question was.
Okay.
I'm sure you know what that question is. Past few times you came on the panels. It's been mentioned. Do you have an official statement? I may have asked you already. And if I have, I apologize.
I'm listening.
It's the question that lingers about the $7,000 that was sent to you, etc.
It was a donation. She lied. I spent the donation for what it was used for. She's a liar. She promised the money to too many people and used me as a scapegoat. And if someone calls you a chair, you're not a chair. You're a human. I could care less what they say. I know that I didn't do it. So I just keep making my videos. Watch them. Don't watch them. Doesn't matter to me. I didn't do it. She's a liar. That's my official statement.
Is there any closure ever between you two?
No, because she's a liar, and I don't even want to talk about it anymore. She's just a liar.
You have proof of that.
Huh? I don't need proof. I don't need proof of it. I do have proof of it. It's sitting there waiting for the day the cops ever knock on my door. It's sitting there. I have the video recording. I have the recorded phone calls. I have all of it. I'm not getting in the drama of it. It just distracts from my mission. Either believe me or don't. I don't really care. If I've committed a crime, come arrest me. And that's the only reason I teach my subscribers all the time. She's point blank said that she's called the cops on me. So why would I discuss it or show my cards right now? She's gonna be it's not gonna go to court because she'd be embarrassed. They're not gonna press charges on me because they know there is nothing there. She's not gonna do anything because I have the recorded phone calls. So you guys can keep the drama because I'm gonna keep recording cops. I didn't do it. Not you guys at the No Sancho. I'm just telling you that's the way I think about it. I didn't do it.
Yeah,
so,
it's just a question that continually shows up.
It doesn't matter. Basically they used that. They had the trolls had nothing on me. That's why I scared them so much. I'm a boring ass computer programmer that had enough, picked up a camera. They had nothing. I have no criminal record. I'm a single father with my kid. I'm a productive citizen, and that's why I scared the hell out of them, and that's why they had to come up with this in order to discredit me. So
would the possibility of having you two
not a chance in hell. Not a chance in hell. Not until after I get an affirmation that there's not a criminal case pending against me. Not a chance.
Would you do it?
No. When I go to Myrtle Beach, North Carolina, and walk into the police station, turn myself in because that's what I would do if there was, and she would be embarrassed. I don't see any point in talking to the drama. To me is just stupid. Distracts from my mission. If you don't believe me, don't watch.
Well, that's my point. I want it to end. You want it to end.
It's never going to end. I don't care if it ends or not. That's the thing. I really don't because I know I didn't do it. I could care less if it ends. It hasn't affected me. I haven't lost the first amount of sleep over it. I could care less if it ends. I don't want to end it. It doesn't matter because no matter that enough people don't like me, don't like me for what I do. So nothing I'm gonna say, no amount of proof. The recorded phone calls I have that she knows I have, is ever gonna change anyone's mind. Everybody's mind is already made up. I'm not gonna change that. So I don't even try. I just make my videos.
Speaking of a man
the echo's bad.
who knows nothing about you, I disagree with what you said.
He's got a bad echo as well.
Yeah.
I just think closure with everybody involved would be good. Put it to bed, move on. I'm not saying Sancho Court where I'm going to tie someone to a tree and wax them like I did the Liberty Bird last week. That reputation's following me that nobody wants to go on Sancho Court now because they're going to get waxed. I'm not saying that. I'm saying a simple panel where we let everyone decide and then everyone just moves on and drops it. If there's no charges being pressed, let's just move on and drop it and go our separate ways. Leave each other alone.
But wasn't the sentence determined by vote?
They're never going to move on. They're never going to drop it. So it doesn't matter. It's not worth talking about. To me, it's really not. It's a minor inconvenience. If I've broken the law, put me in jail or shut up. Or you can sit there and call me a thief. I don't give a shit because I know I didn't do it. I know I can lay my head on the pillow every night and I sleep just fine. So going over it and beating a dead horse is useless to me.
Well, some people may hate it. Some people may say it's controversial. But I did this with Josh Abrams. I give people a chance for them to fuck me over before I judge them. And I did that with Josh. I got hate for that. And he fucked me over. He's a piece of shit. That's the way I approach things.
Everybody knows I've spent thousands of dollars in this community. I've paid for entire hotel rooms at protest. I've used more money than I've ever dreamed of making. As far as doing this, I bet I'm $20,000 in debt between all my trips, gas, cameras, fines, everything. I'm not in it to make money. Everybody knows I'm not in it to make money. It's just a way of discounting me. It's I didn't do it. That's all I can say.
Mr. Klein, what are your thoughts? Mr. Klein.
Hold on.
She would be really embarrassed if I released phone calls, but I'm not going to do that because I'm not about destroying someone else's reputation.
Shiva, what do you think about that? Like, okay, let me ask, like Shiva and Kenny, What do you two think about having the evidence, sitting on the evidence, not putting this shit to bed, and moving on? Shiva first, then Klein.
So, I mean, I don't really know very much about the situation. I suppose if I was in a situation... All right, if I was in a situation where somebody had accused me of something, but there was no legal proceedings, would I release the information that exonerated me? Yeah, I think I probably would, because I don't see how that would prejudice any proceedings against you.
Well, let's take whatever crime she's has accused me of. I'll take the statute of limitations in the state of Texas and the statute of limitations in North Carolina, and between those two, when the statute of limitations is up for both of those alleged incidences, then I could see maybe I'll even come on Sancho Court. Actually, I would do it on my own channel because that would be the probably the most viewed video I ever made.
So what you're saying is, when no one cares about it, then you'll release the evidence.
She knows what I have. Patrick Roth knows what I have. I know you guys don't like him. My girlfriend was sitting there when she made these phone calls saying go. Blind Justice was there. He knows she said go.
Right, so I mean, I suppose...
Here's what I will say. All the money that these other channels made, where'd all that money go? She promised the money to 14 different people, and the only way she could deliver was to throw me under the bus and say, "Hey, I can't give you the money now because Extra Good Citizen stole it." She's a liar. She's a liar. And she's the actual thief because she stole my reputation. So I did nothing wrong except for try to help an old lady out and got screwed for it.
No, what's the number the echo? I can't do the echo.
All right, so yeah, just my position would be if I was in his position, and because it would seem to me that actually just releasing the evidence would avoid any criminal prosecution, because I could just go, well, no, here's the evidence. Like, I didn't do what she's saying, so that would be my response.
She knows I have it. The cops know I have it. So
Hold on.
Sorry.
Let them both give the advice, and then you can respond after. You have a really bad echo. So don't take it personal.
That's not advice. That's just my opinion. But it's not advice, right? Because I'm not him, and I'm not in his shoes, and I don't actually know any of the parties involved, so I'm not qualified to give advice on this situation in any way at all whatsoever, even if I was qualified, which I'm not.
Last one, I didn't do it. That's it. There's my proof.
Mr. Klein. Okay. Unmute. You're on mute. Unmute. Officer Oak, what do you think about this from a law enforcement point of view?
Unfortunately, I could see releasing it as I mean, it would be nice for us to see the evidence and to save his own reputation. But on the same note, that gives her the opportunity to, if she was to file criminal charges, to see how she can work her way around the evidence that he does have.
Mr. Klein?
Yeah, sorry, I was talking and I didn't realize I had muted my mic.
You rookie! Rookie!
So, I know, right? I know, right? I look at it from this way. He has the evidence. He knows he didn't do. If he knows he didn't do anything wrong, the evidence would totally exonerate him. I don't see how it could backfire for him. If it's solid evidence as he thinks it is, it wouldn't backfire. It would just prove it, and then he wouldn't have to worry about any kind of.
Sorry.
Nothing I say is going. Nothing I don't worry about it. I don't worry about it because I know, and I'm not gonna. My channel is not about drama. My channel is about public officials and cops doing their jobs. Me addressing that does nothing to improve my agenda, so it's pointless.
Here's my situation. I want you known for changing laws and making effective change in your community, and not for this shit. And this is all I'm going to talk about. That's a problem.
That's a problem. That not in my local area. It's not. It's food for troll.
On YouTube.
It doesn't affect me in any shape or form. I mean, my channel's done nothing but grow. My views have done nothing but grow. It hasn't affected me, period. I'm sitting there almost, I don't know, 7,000 some odd subs. I don't know. It hasn't done anything but grow my channel. So.
You only have 7,000 subs?
That's it.
I would have thought you would have more than that.
Is it true, John, that you stated that the $800 that Mr. Abrams supposedly lost, you confirmed that happened?
I never saw $800. I never saw a wallet. I can't speak to whether it happened or didn't happen. I never saw his. I wouldn't have focused on his wallet. So I didn't see it before. I didn't see it after. I wasn't looking for his wallet specifically. So I can't say. I mean, I can't say I didn't see it. I didn't see it happen. Didn't see it not happen. Because I mean, let's face it. If you're out with a group of guys or people, you're not paying attention to their wallet. You're just not. I had no reason to put my attention or focus on Josh's wallet. So
can I ask you this? Is it in Josh's procedure? I know he's got these procedures to leave his wallet in the car while he's auditing, so that way the police can't get his identity. Would you know that?
I used to do that when I first began, but I generally cop watch in my general area, and they all know who I am anyway. So I do recall him saying at one point, "Let's leave our IDs." So I do recall him saying that.
Did he say that night?
I can't remember. No, that was probably the first night I met him. So yeah, he would have said that night.
Okay.
But it doesn't mean sometimes you hop out of the car quickly. And if memory serves me correct, we did hop out of the car quickly. So who knows? You can say you have these procedures. That doesn't mean that you're necessarily going to be able to follow them.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's not like hard-hitting evidence.
Yeah. No, I don't know. I don't know if he lost his wallet, if they took his wallet. I know that we drove back after they dropped us off 90 miles. We had to drive back there just to go get his wallet, and I don't think he would have made us drive back 90 miles or just to go get his wallet. So over a fake wallet.
He wasn't driving.
No, but we were closer to our next destination, and we had to drive back, and we had to go back to a place that had a reasonable chance that they already drove us 90 miles away, dumped us off, and the only reason we went back was to get his wallet. So.
He said his dad had COVID, and he didn't.
Well, I don't know. In this day and age, I hate to use that term. Every time somebody gets an illness, we all think it's COVID. So I can't speak to that. I mean, is there such thing as normal sick anymore? Is everything COVID?
Well, in my opinion, hold on, you're on. In my opinion, when you blame a healthcare facility for killing multiple people with COVID and letting everyone know what that facility's name and stating for 25 minutes that your dad has COVID and you're going to disappear for a while and never disappear because your dad doesn't have COVID makes you a giant piece of shit, Mr. Gray.
And then you
generally want to have all the information before you come out with. I'm not going to go say, hey, McDonald's tried to poison me and try to, drag McDonald's name through the mud if there wasn't poisoning. I generally like to have more facts before I come at something like that. So I could agree with you there. You should have He shouldn't have acted out of emotion. Should have got all the facts first.
It took 62. One more point. It took 62 days for him to reveal that his dad didn't have COVID, and it happened on a drunk stream that got deleted, where he revealed that his dad never had COVID. 62 days.
Oh my God. Josh Abrams is a known pathological liar.
Well,
Period.
he's a known liar. We don't know that it's
He's
pathological.
he's a pathological liar, Shiva.
Have you seen his mental health reports, have you, Peachy Rider?
Well, okay, that's in my opinion. He's a pathological liar. In my opinion,
Have you done your research?
Yeah, he's a liar. He is a known liar. I don't. Yeah.
Known liar, yeah, absolutely.
I can tell you,
the more
Kenny
emotional
Klein
he
is
gets, the easier
Hold
the
on,
lies
Kenny.
to come out.
Hold on, Kenny. I want to put you on a pedestal right now. Just stand there for a second. I could tell you someone who has done a lot of research on Josh Abrams. His name is Kenny Klein. Kenny Klein, what's going on?
Well, Josh, I've noticed he's definitely a liar. Pathological liar, I'm not quite sure if he's a pathological liar, but I do know the more emotional he gets, the more excited he gets, or just any kind of emotion, that's when the lies really freely come out. He starts, feeling himself and believing that everyone's going to buy everything that he is talking about. And he's not afraid to throw his family into a lie. I mean, there's almost there's no limit to his depravity, almost, you would think, in my opinion.
And that's just weird. Shows the kind of person he is, because I would never create a lie saying my family had it. He's like, if I called in from work, I wouldn't call in from work and say, hey, I can't come in today because my wife's sick. Because I believe that when you speak this kind of shit, again, going back to my faith, words create. I'd never lie and say my family got Rona or my family member died or nothing. Like, that's fucking horrible, man. Like, that's just me personally.
Yeah. And I'm glad to hear you say that. Not too many auditors speak out against him.
I'd like to revise my punishment up to 50 years. That's for the chat.
Hey, strict, man.
20 years is far too fucking lenient. For anyone who's not following the chat, that was a joke. That was a joke. That was a Shiva gag.
Johnny D said it best. Abrams has zero integrity. I 100% agree with that.
John, do you have any thoughts on that?
Absolutely, and that's probably. I'm actually very glad that he did not get into the military, because do you imagine a person like that in the military?
Hold on, John. While we ask John, what are your thoughts on that?
I could see you. Everybody at that time was in panic mode over Corona, so I don't know if they did it on purpose or not. We all have been in a state of fear and panic since the pandemic. So I'll reserve. I don't know. I don't have enough information to say he was lying or not lying, but I do see how everything is COVID right now. So you get hit by a motorcycle, you died of COVID. So I don't know what was in his mind and what was in his heart. So I can't speak for that. But if he did badmouth that facility, I think an apology would be in order. A public apology. I mean, if I with the times I've been wrong, and I have made some doozies out there, I've at least had the courage and humility to publicly apologize. The one time I was wrong.
You'll never get up public.
So the other day, extra good.
You'll never get a public apology from Josh Abrams.
That's right.
There's been many occasions where he said, if you can prove me wrong on this, I will take my channel down. And his channel is still up.
So the other day, Josh had said that he had never asked anyone to ever take down a video. And I went back and I found, proof that he had asked somebody to take down a video. And I sent him a message and I said, hey, the other day you'd said this. Do you remember? And he says, yeah, I remember. I still stand by that claim. I've never asked anyone to ever take down a video. And I sent him the clip of him very clearly asking News New England to take down a video, and that he must take it down. And I said, well, what about this? Like, are you going to correct this? Admit that you were wrong? And he says, well, what I meant is I'd never struck a video. I'd never done a copyright strike on a video. And he goes on about how I'm wrong and he's right, and refuses to accept that he had asked somebody to take down a video. I said to him, it's not that big of a deal, man. Like, if you ask somebody to take down a video, it is what it is. It's not the end of the world. And he just refused to admit that he was wrong and he had asked somebody to take down a video.
But I'm going to be honest, that seems to be quite common in this community, people being unwilling to admit either wrongdoing, right, as if we're meant to be fucking perfect or something, or being factually incorrect. It's like, and I don't understand it, right? Because just kind of go either, yeah, I was a dick, or I was wrong, and then you move on, right? Like, yeah.
Very good, Shiva. Very good.
Can I?
Hey,
I was going to add on to that, Shiva.
no,
go ahead,
my
Joe.
bad.
My bad. Go
Noman
ahead.
got popped, yo. We down one already. Noman Nesio, Mark Stevens, he got popped. We outside the police station.
He was arrested?
And it was dramatic. He got beat up. They hit him in the face, elbowed him, threw him down.
What channel was this, Joe?
It's on AFA. He's live right now.
I know, but who was arrested again, Joe?
Hold on, Joe's dying.
Yeah.
I said it wasn't AFA.
No, not AFA.
Noman Nesio. His
That's
channel was Mark Stevens. I think he changed the name from Noman Nesio to Mark Stevens. Same dude.
I don't know him. Why
is that
was
the
he
real
arrested?
Joe?
Oh yeah, this is the real, baby. I think this is that Incredible Hulk shit.
Hey Joe, why was he arrested?
That I do not. Hey, why did Noman get popped, Joe? Why was Noman arrested? Yeah, what did he do to get smacked around like that?
There was a cop driving down the street. Right by. So the cop turns around and pulls in here, and then all three of them are bitching at the cop because he does have a headlight out on his car.
Right.
And then he gets out and he's like, if you guys are going to be here doing this, I'm only going to tell you this once, and must have threatened to arrest them for disorderly conduct. And they started arguing back that you have to have a complainant to be arrested for that. And then they was arguing back and forth, and Noman started being like, fuck the police, fuck the police. Like, over and over. He wasn't screaming it, but I mean, he was louder than my voice now. And then the cop just tackled. I know all he had to do was walk up to him and be like, "Put your hands behind your back, you're under arrest."
Oh,
They
yeah.
didn't even try.
And then he's hit him in the jaw and elbowed him and all that bullshit as well. Yeah,
Wow.
we just had the same shit. Cop tell us the same shit, and he gonna arrest us for disorder. We just had the same shit. While y'all was having over here, we were having it over there. So if y'all heard that shit, he flipped off a cop. Cop bust a U-turn, come back and told him, if you keep getting loud, I'm gonna arrest you. He was singing, "Fuck the police, fuck you, piggy," and the cop slammed him down.
It's not on your channel, is it?
Okay.
He says AFA's channel.
I can't.
Yeah, it won't be the stream he's in now. He probably checked his channel. Won't be the stream he's in now.
I can't share his channel, so
I can't in all conscience give him.
I got people like that too, Southside. I got people like that.
Especially after he tells oath that if I share anything, he will copyright strike me. So I ain't even risking it. Fuck him.
I feel you. Yeah, please don't do it on my account for real. Fuck that.
Well, Sancho, that I wasn't given the opportunity to answer the question of how you do cop watch wrong, or in this case, I don't know if he's cop watching, but sound like what Joe said. He flipped him off as he was driving. Joe, he was driving. You
Yeah,
have
the
to make
car was
sure,
just
man.
riding past. Yeah,
You
normally
have to
flipped him
have
off.
all your shit legal. No Popeyes, no cracks in your winch. I mean, they'll pop you for anything and everything, but you've got to make sure your license is up to snuff, your insurance, registration, everything.
I
Everything,
call it
especially
solid
if you're going to
footing.
be an ass.
I call it solid footing, Peachy. If you're really gonna go overboard, you
Yep.
better be on solid footing
That's
on
right.
public property and all that. Have all your shit in order, and
Yep.
that allows you to go overboard and all that shit. But yeah, if you got to crack the windshield or you're standing in the wrong place, you better humble yourself.
Yes, sir.
I saw somebody arrested who threw a cigarette on the ground.
Right, right.
Oh yeah, here in Texas you can. That's why when I
Yeah.
smoke, I put my cigarette butts in my pocket. I don't spit on this. I won't even spit on the sidewalk because a lot of people don't know here in San Antonio. I think it's statewide, but here in San Antonio, there's a city ordinance that dates back to the cowboy days where you can't spit on the sidewalk. They could fucking ticket you for it. So I don't even spit on the sidewalk when I'm
Yeah,
not
I don't
fucking with
even
cops, just in case
jaywalk,
one of them
bro. I
knows
don't
that.
break no
That's
laws
right.
either.
That's
Yeah.
right.
Yeah, I do apparently smoke weed. Uh,
As you cop watch.
Oh yeah, I do that before I leave though. I do
Hey,
that
Joe.
before I leave the house.
I did it
Joe,
before I
guess
left
who
the
won
house too.
Joe,
Twice since.
Joe, guess who won the poll between who's the most high? Me, you, Southside, Oak, or Shiva?
Oh, I'm dying.
Who do you
Oh,
think won with 80% of the votes?
80%?
Who do you think won?
Joe.
I would have said Southside.
Nope, Shiva.
Drug don't count. Now,
See,
alcohol don't count.
I'd have thought you. Yeah.
Oh no, I'm not drunk. No, I think it was once I started describing what a rubric was. Everyone started voting.
What a rubric was.
Well, we all took it as a
That
made up
poll
word.
went beyond to the moon. When he was telling that story. It was hilarious seeing how much it was pivoting upwards. The more he kept going, the more lost I got.
Yeah,
and we weren't even
Hey, man, and I-
talking about religion.
Basic character foundation.
I said, and I'm sure Sancho does, but we don't see it. But me and Joe, man, they see us cheating every
No,
stream we
right?
on, man. Like, I go live, and in 2 hours of being live, I'll put down 9-10 blunts.
On the
like, it
way
ain't
to
shit,
work,
man,
Joe, you be
know,
knocking them out, bro.
I promise, man. Like, you already know.
4 in the morning,
4 in the morning, standing at the bus stop,
Yeah.
fucking 2-3 blunts to the head. Yeah.
I guess I'm just a goody goody. I don't smoke at all.
Used to have you
Oh, it's all right.
John?
No, I can't even stand the smell of it. Y'all were killing me in Rockwell.
You're missing
What
out.
about alcohol? Squares? What do you do?
Oh, I smoked. I smoke a lot of cigarettes, and I used to drink a lot, but I don't even do that anymore. So I guess I'm just boring.
You still homosexual?
No, as much child support as I pay, that may be a better route to have gone.
Who jumped off?
Somebody's gone.
Kenny Klein jumped off. Fuck off.
Oh,
Hey,
shit.
He had phone connections. Don't worry about it. Oh, that was funny. Oh, man. You almost walked into that, John. Good job on that. Like, you put your hands up pretty quick.
Yeah, that's how you know he don't smoke pot, because someone like me, that'd have been at 10 seconds a day.
Yeah, that was a setup right there, Joe. I tried to run him into it.
Now,
My high ass would like, no. Oh,
so
shit.
here's a question for the other tokers on the panel. Recent research, i.e. within the last couple of years, I think, indicates that when you're high, you lose round about 10 points of IQ. What do you think that's true? Like, do you notice
Undoubtedly.
the kind of loss in cognitive ability when you're stoned compared to when you're not?
Undoubtedly, right? That's the trade-off, though, right? You get that in creativity or something else. That's what you trade. But you lose your fucking short-term memory. You can even grasping for words that you're supposed to know and events. It's the program, yeah.
Yep. Like it's a give and take for me, because you're right, man. My short-term memory, it's taking a big hit. But when I smoke, I tend to gain knowledge as well. I'll read books, I'll watch documentaries, I
Yes,
do
you
shit
go
like that. But yeah, man, that
depth into
short-term
that
memory,
shit too. You see the same shit you saw 200 times. You'll see it totally different if you blow for the one time. That could be a Star Trek episode you saw
but I
80
promise.
times. Now suddenly you're like, oh, it's about man's inhumanity to man. How did I miss that?
But yeah, let me go to the kitchen to get something to drink. I forgot what I'm doing.
Right. How many times I've been looking for my phone and it's in my hand? I'm on panel somewhere. Joe, I'm looking for my phone.
But you want to.
What about you, Sancho?
All of a sudden,
I agree with the trade-off. I think the short-term memory is there. You'd be fool to not say.
I love all the weed heads on the same
peanut butter jelly
page.
sandwich is the best thing you've had.
But I will say my creativity is at an all-time high.
Exactly.
I temporarily focus really, really good when I'm really high like this. And my creativity's through the roof. And I think my questions kind of pop in my head. The more I smoke, the more creative I am with my questions and how I ask them.
Hey,
I've got a proposition to put to you.
Uh-oh.
Smoking weed is inherently harmful because it makes you less aware.
Okay.
That's it. That's the entire proposition.
It's yes, but I don't know. So does playing headphones and other things. This is just a trade-off thing again.
So is jerking off. I mean, come on now.
Yes. You can't hear a motherfucker walking up on you when you fapping off.
So is fireworks, jerking off, fucking mopping the floor. There's so many things.
Well, hang on.
Harmful.
Hang on.
Wait, he said mopping the floor after jerking off.
So I don't think that. Well, maybe with jerking off to a very, very lesser degree, but not with mopping the floor. In fact, I would say that mopping the floor is inherently beneficial. Right now, the thing about
it's more dangerous.
You could slip and fall and crack your head open.
Yeah. It's certainly more. Yeah, it's dangerous. Although, is it as risky?
Mopping the floor is dangerous.
Why do you think there's a wet floor sign, my guys? Why do you think there's a wet floor sign?
Here's the thing, right? So, when I'm talking about awareness, I'm talking about primordial naked awareness. So I'm not talking about knowing stuff. Right? I'm talking about just kind of basic naked awareness. And smoking cannabis makes you less able to access that type of naked awareness. I mean, naked awareness is the only way of describing it.
I may not understand your definition of naked awareness. I thought naked awareness, what you meant, in touch with your surroundings and that type of thing. And if that is what you mean, if that is naked weed, will enhance that as well?
No, I suppose it means naked awareness of one's own mind.
Okay, of the mind, naked awareness of the mind. Well, yes, I guess weed would crush that shit.
Yeah.
I think of weed, horny, and naked.
I like where Peachy's going. Please continue.
I like this after midnight Peachy. I really do. This is my favorite after midnight Peachy ever.
Yeah, I tend to get like this really late at night, guys. Sorry.
Great. Don't apologize. Keep it up. Shiva, go ahead. Go ahead, Shiva.
Well, I mean, I should probably stop. See, it's weird. Like, I think weed's really harmful, and I smoke it every day. So it's like, so I'm not saying don't smoke weed, right? Because that'd be hypocritical, right? But it's like, I find that it makes certain activities.
Oh shit, we up, yo. Hey, we up, Joe. I'll hop back on later, bro.
Do
I'll see you later,
do
Joe.
you realize, Shiva, you put yourself more at risk the 48 hours you were doing those streams drunk than you have ever smoking weed?
Did I put myself more at yeah, I mean, yeah, because I was drunk. It's not about risk. It's about awareness.
It's about risk when you're talking about things
No,
being dangerous.
That's not what... I'm not talking about physical danger. And what I said was harmful.
Harmful, sorry. Harmful.
Yeah.
Harmful.
But I'm not... All right, because... So, all right, yes, getting drunk is inherently more dangerous than getting stoned because you're much more likely to do something like, try and juggle fire clubs and fuck it up and set fire to your arms or whatever, right?
Or show your face.
Or show... I mean, that's not that big of a deal. To be honest...
If I ever did one of my videos drunk, I would be in real big trouble.
Part of a lot of the reason why I don't like to show my face is largely just psychological, and I'm not going to say more than that. Yeah, but I don't worry about that too much. It's important not to worry about shit too much, man. Otherwise, you're just worrying about shit all the fucking time. And so, but
is this true, Morty?
The point.
If you watch the later parts of Sancho's videos, you realize they lost all awareness and realization the longer they go. What about the fucking typos, my girl? What about the typos? You think I'm too fucked up to notice anything? How many typos, Peachy Rider, do you count in this sentence?
See, El Sancho. See, the thing is, I see Morky understands what I'm talking about, I think. I think Morky would agree with my statement that weed is harmful because
I'm sure
it
Peachy
impairs
will
one's
agree
awareness.
with me. Peachy, how many typos you see in this?
I count 4.
4?
Yeah, that's what I see.
Point proven. We're very aware.
I don't know. I still like to figure out where she was going with on the mental awareness. Like I'm still trying to decipher.
But in defense of that statement in and of itself, Sancho, I don't apply to that because I'm sober right now.
Who was asking that? Was that Southside Slakr?
It was Slakr. Yeah. Is it? Are you talking about just being like aware of our consciousness and the mortality, or is it something else? Like I'm trying to understand to know whether I agree or disagree.
Okay. So all right. So it's all right. Okay. So I suppose there are some things I better just kind of state so that it's just in terms of, let's say, transparency. One, I'm a Buddhist, and 2, although I'm what would I describe myself? Ecumenical, maybe. Like I don't follow a particular school. I am very fond of a set of teachings called Dzogchen, and they stress they put a heavy emphasis on primordial, like developing a primordial awareness of the emptiness of one's own mind, I suppose.
Just agree with me, Southside. It's my show. Disagree with me.
So I suppose, and there are and that's good. There are yeah. I'd like. And I think you can boil that down to no. I'm just trying to phrase it in non-Buddhist language, and it's
my god!
Difficult. Like, so there are different gradations of awareness, right? Like you can be completely unaware, for example, of your physical environment. Like if you're drunk or high, right? You can be completely unaware of your impact on others if you're not very socially adept, right? So. Or you can be completely unaware of your own emotional and cognitive responses to the world. And I would argue that most of us are largely unaware of our responses to the world. And so, there are lots of activities that you can engage in, stuff like yoga, meditation, like exercise actually is just really good to avoid all the Eastern mystical bullshit, like jogging or weightlifting or whatever. they can all help in increasing your awareness. I would argue that if people spent more time cultivating an awareness of their body, a lot of conflicts would just wouldn't arise.
So why do you smoke then, Shiva?
But
Why do I smoke?
Yeah, why do you smoke pot then?
Because oh, you're asking the probing questions this evening, aren't you, Peachy? Why do I smoke pot? Why do I smoke pot? Partly out of habit, partly because I have a psychological dependency upon it. Partly
Yeah, so
because
but it goes against everything that you're saying.
Hang on. Look,
Okay.
Peachy Rider, it's very rude to ask somebody a question and then not let them answer.
I apologize. You can
Partly
call me
because I'm Peachy. Okay. Partly because I'm partly, as your mum says, because I enjoy it. Partly because I'm scared of what will happen if I don't smoke it. And I get that it's against specifically the fifth precept, which is not to take intoxicants that cloud the mind. Not set down their training principles, because you're trying to train the mind, right? And I'm not perfect. You know, I've never claimed to be good at being a Buddhist, because I'm not. You know, I smoke weed too much. You know, so I struggle with certain aspects.
and drink.
Yeah, you seem to have a thing about the drinking, don't you?
I'm just trolling you, Shiva.
Guys, I'm in a town that has the post office and the police station in the same building. How about that?
That has, I mean, don't most towns have post office?
No, but they have it in the same building. I've never seen that before.
Man,
Like,
Rogue
have
Nation,
they-
post office.
No, hell no. But if I ever went there, y'all would accuse me of doing a post office.
I've never really understood about doing an audit with the post office.
Yeah, I don't have one video of me doing a post office.
Yeah, or a lot of
inside of buildings, yeah.
No, I don't see the point. But no, I'm not just never mind.
Pretty ridiculous.
Ignore me. I've never been attacked by the postman. That's all I'm gonna say.
The postman brings bills. He's bad.
Okay, so I guess I have been attacked by the postman.
So let's ask the other drug takers why they take drugs. Let's not put all of the drug attention onto poor old Shiva. We've got El Sancho, outside Slakr in the room as well.
I don't do it because the job that I have to take a drug test every time. No one's going to let me in charge of their computer systems if I don't have a clean drug test. It's illegal in my state, and I don't like to break the law. So I do, however, think that they shouldn't be illegal, because millions of lives have been destroyed over a plant, and it's stupid.
You said it should be illegal or legal?
No, it should be legal. It should be legal.
Okay.
You should be allowed to do it.
I think all drugs should be legalized.
I don't think all drugs, but I think weed should be legalized.
I'm not ignoring you, Shiva. I'm trying to set a widget. You know how to do the goal thing? Is that something we can do on YouTube, my guy?
Not through. Excuse me. Not.
I'll take that off your hands.
Not through StreamYard?
Not through StreamYard. You can do it through OBS really easily. You could do it through StreamYard if you set OBS up with a plugin called Virtual Camera, and then you could route that through so that your webcam could display what's on OBS.
Now, wouldn't I just be able to do this?
Yeah, but that's shit. Come on.
What do you mean that shit?
Oh, I thought you meant just have that on the screen.
I want to get 30 subs.
Oh, can you turn? Jesus Christ. Right. Okay.
What's wrong
Right.
with
Yeah,
that?
but with OBS, you can have a widget like wherever you want.
But is
on
this
the screen.
legitimate? Like, if someone subscribes right now, it'll show up?
Would it? Yeah, it should do. As far as yeah.
All right. Well,
Are you using Streamlabs?
Yeah.
Yeah. If you put the check mark and alert, and then you can tell it what you want to alert for, it'll pop up on the screen.
Well, I'm
Yeah, that's not what he's asking. Actually, good citizens. That's not what he's asking.
Okay.
That echo.
Hold on.
Right, yeah. In all, you can't. Yeah, I mean, you can make a widget and all that kind of stuff, but you can't use it in Streamlabs because Streamlabs. I mean, you might be able to. No, you can. No, like as far as I'm aware, there's no way of importing that into Streamlabs. Yeah, sorry.
So this is not real time?
No, sorry, not Streamlabs. StreamYard. Sorry, there's no way of importing that into StreamYard.
He's exactly right.
As far as I'm aware, yeah, but
you would have to Streamlabs the StreamYard in order to do that.
That's what I'm doing.
Because that's what I'm doing. The Streamlabs would be on top of it, and then it would pop up on top of it.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing.
No,
then it should. Then it'll work. If you drop that widget on there,
it's working. It's working.
Yeah.
Oh, extra good citizen. I mean, I'm gonna jump off. Just
hey, you don't have to. I'm jumping off anyway. I got to pay attention to the scanner.
See you later, Extra.
Hey, y'all, thanks for allowing me on the panel. Good night. I'm going to listen to the scanner. I've been driving around an hour and a half. I haven't found anything. This is the exciting stuff of a cop watcher.
It must be working, Shiva, because of this. Let's Streamlabs. Thank you for subscribing.
Yeah. How did you do that? I would like to do that for mine.
I'll teach you. Hey, you teach me, I teach you. You and Shiva have been my teachers as of late, so I have no problem giving back to teach you.
It's easy as piss, mate.
What?
Okay. Well,
he said it's very.
I won't have to struggle.
That's just as well. The thing hasn't moved yet, and someone just subscribed. We have confirmation from it, so I don't know how legitimate this is. But someone subscribed. I just saw it. So, but this poll hasn't moved.
Someone said that's just a chat bot.
Right, the chat bot. Yeah, the echo's gone. He had good things to say, but the echo just overwhelmed him.
So, okay, so what you can do is where it says, and don't show the URL because you don't want to show that on, you want to keep all that stuff hidden.
Sure.
Where it says, like, click to show the widget URL, you can copy that and then paste that into a browser source in YouTube.
Okay.
And then in OBS. And that's what that is for, is for pasting into like streaming software like OBS or XSplit so that you can have a nice little graphic on the screen,
right,
in the corner or whatever. That's much more difficult to do with StreamYard.
I have it open, but it's not. It's still at 0% when I have people subscribing.
I think I know. As far you might need to do a Google search on this. I think there is an issue with the having, like, you need to have Streamlabs open and be logged in order for the widget to update. I think, like, so it's a little bit. Sometimes it doesn't work as well as you think it should. But yeah.
Fuck it.
Hi, Spike Love's in the house.
Fuck it. I give up.
Guys, I'm gonna hit the hay.
All right, everybody. I'm gonna wrap up in a few minutes, but let's unpack. I'm gonna start off with DFK, then I'm going to Peachy, then Southside, and then Shiva. Oak, do you want to be the first one to unwrap and plug your channel and tell us everything that you haven't discussed yet, Oak?
Yeah. Well, you know what? No.
I'll wait for someone else to go because I don't know what to talk about yet.
I would like you to debrief us. How about that?
All right. I missed the
Just don't
first
do it in your
portion
brief.
of the show.
All right, you want to
I
wait
missed
then?
the first portion of the.
All right, DFK.
Yeah.
You go first, DFK.
Yep. I'll start it off with Slakr. Like I've said, you had 27,000 subscribers. Got to be doing something right. Obviously, you probably got a little bit burned out. Go ahead and take your time. I'm sure you'll be welcomed back by everyone that was subscribed to you, along with some new ones. Beanie E, I'm still waiting. I'll look for that video tomorrow when you post it. Peachy Rider, don't get arrested. Just go back to the hotel.
Okay.
It was a great show, Sancho. I enjoyed being on panel. If anyone in the chat hasn't already done so, like, share, and subscribe. The mods have been posting the links for Slakr and BDE quite well. And Shiva. And
everybody. Everybody gets their channel plugged on this show that's on panel. That's the least I can do for everyone coming on this panel. Yeah, mods do an awesome job plugging.
There's nothing on my channel as of yet worth watching, so we'll leave that out. So, and I think you did an awesome job tonight, Sancho, as usual. So, there it is.
Thank you, Peachy. What are your thoughts? Let's kind of unwrap everything that happened tonight. Are you there, Peachy?
Oh, I'm sorry. Repeat the question. I apologize.
Can you unwrap what happened tonight?
Oh my God! Not really. I'm not really too interested in doing that. But well, yeah. I guess. So Slakr, good luck with your journey in your filming and taking a step further with getting more into the political side of it and trying to make real change. I'm excited for you. I'm proud of you. And I would say to, give yourself a little bit of a break and then get back to it when you're feeling down and out. That small, these breaks can really help. And is Benny still on panel or no?
She's in chat listening.
Oh, she's in chat. I'm proud. I'm very proud of Benny E. I really am. I've been knowing Benny probably for about a year now, and I'm just real excited for another lady to film, and a strong, independent, outspoken, smart woman to come into the YouTube community and start filming. So, and thank you, Kenny. Kenny, oh my God, I was on Kenny's panel earlier today. El Sancho, thanks for having me tonight.
You're very welcome. Anytime, you know that. Mr. Slakr, unpack everything. What do and what are your thoughts on the show? Kind of walk me through what you were initially feeling mindset wise before the show and 4 hours later. And thank you again for your generosity and your time.
Oh no, I appreciate you having. No, go ahead.
I wanted to know what your mindset was before you hopped on till now, and I want you to kind of, the floor is yours to plug anything you want to kind of unpack everything that's happened tonight and pretty much anything else that we haven't discussed. Now the floor is yours.
Oh, I mean, we pretty much touched on a lot, man. There's not really much that I feel that we didn't get a chance to or that I need to talk about. I do want to appreciate you having me on and just taking the time to shoot the shit with me, everyone on panel and in chat. That was pretty good. We had a lot of good conversations, man. We started out just in general about me. We went to some questions obviously about the weed. We talked about women being involved in the movement. I had a change of heart in regards to that, the way I was picturing it. The mindset I was in before was a little down and out. Like even when you messaged me earlier, seeing if we were still on, I don't know, man. I don't know if you could sense the vibe through the air or what, but like over the last 24 hours, I was already kind of like not gonna back out by no means, but already kind of getting the,
Oh, I know.
what am I doing?
I know.
Kind of mentality.
You were very defeated when you hopped on,
So-
and I knew I had to flip the script by adding some good people on here to motivate you and really, really remind you who the fuck you are and remind how awesome you are in the chat with the overwhelming love as well. I could have interviewed you solo for 3 hours, but I didn't think it was about me tonight. It was about what can we do as a community to motivate someone. Like everybody has been through this, everybody needs a pep talk. Everyone needs a step up, and everyone needs a hand every now and then. That's humanity. And I think there was an opportunity that I took advantage of to bring some really awesome people up to not only get your mind off your current situation you're going through, but to also let you know how appreciative they are of you, and that we need you. We need you to be doing. I know I'm speaking for myself here. We need you to get back into this, to affect change and to motivate others to do this the responsible, educated way.
100%, and I appreciate it too, man. It was needed. It's not. I didn't know I needed it, but I needed it. The positive environment, the positive panel, everything, man. I did need that to get myself out of the funk, and it was greatly appreciated. Like this last 4 hours was 4 hours well spent. I'm definitely going to reflect on everything that was talked about and everything that was said. I'll probably end up throwing, if not all, most of my videos back up tonight. Like I said, I'm a little cautious because after having done it, you learn. Like I'm not ashamed of how I acted. Don't regret how I acted. But now I kind of see that maybe my actions could could lead somebody else down a path they're not fully aware of or fully understand, and I would hold myself responsible for putting somebody else in that situation. So it's kind of I'll put them back up and just, like I said, for the sake of transparency, show the growth that it takes and to just be human. Like we can't just assume, like I say, because I do think all cops are bad, but I'm not one of these that believes we need to defund the police and thinks every cop should die. By no means. Like if a cop dies, I don't feel remorse, but I don't wish death on nobody. Life is precious. We have to build a bridge. We can't, stand across the lake or the river from one another, throwing stones, blaming one another for each other's problems.
Yeah,
we
need to work on the police. That's something we need to work on, and I hope we can work on that. And I know there's other people on this panel that will be willing to help you work on that logic that all police are bad. But I think if you'd like it or not, you've made a really good first impression with a lot of people with how intelligent you are. And that means your voice is necessary in a movement like this when it's flooded by people that are fake, and what you see is what you get with you. And that's very refreshing. And a lot of people look for that, and they found that with you. And there ain't no way in fucking hell you're disappearing on us.
Yes, sir. Appreciate
Shiva.
Hola.
The floor is yours.
All right, I'm just going to read something out, I think. It's called No Doer of the Deeds is Found. It's very short, but I like it. In terms of unpacking stuff. No doer of the deeds is found, no one who ever reaps their fruit. Just bare phenomena roll on. This view alone is right and true. No God, no Brahma can be found, no maker of this wheel of life. Just bare phenomena roll on, dependent on conditions all.
He's definitely high.
Thank you, Peachy.
Yeah.
I'm just teasing. I do love Shiva.
Here's a double agent shit that I have an issue with Shiva, especially when we're both high.
Wait, what now? What double agent? What now?
When Shiva smokes and he's high on a panel, he's a double agent. He's high, he hangs out with us, he makes jokes and hangs out. Then he picks apart something I say that's wrong, and he points it out with a definition. That's not fair.
No, but
down, your guard's down, my hair's down, your hair needs to be down. Let's say things we don't know what they mean and be okay with it, Shiva.
No, that's just no. All right, yeah. Ask Tarquin, Nathan, or Aloon, who have known me for literally years. They'll tell you. I'm really impossible to be around. That's
not fair.
Because I'm a pedantic son of a bitch.
3 a.m, my wife already came and warned me because I'm yelling at you, but it's not fair.
I mean, sorry, it's not my fault. It's not my fault. I like words.
I have my guard down with everyone else but you.
I mean, I'm going to be honest. When I don't actually do it with people unless I'm like, I'll take the piss out of Tarquin. Like, but I sort of trust Tarquin. I know that he won't get pissed off. For the same with Naven, like I'd take the piss out of Naven mercilessly, but I sort of trust him. With most people, I'd be a bit more cautious. Anyway, so that's my unpacking of the topics of this evening.
Are you and I building a relationship? You're saying in the right direction?
I'm building a relationship with everyone, but yeah. I sort of quite like you, but I suppose it's like I'm kind of aware that it's like what am I aware of? No, I kind of like you. I don't know you very well, but what I've seen so far, I sort of I quite like.
Officer Oak, your thoughts on everything tonight?
Well, I came in. I met Joe Cool for the first time. That was interesting. Seems like a cool dude. I learned that Southside wasn't feeling what the wind was taken out of his sails, it seemed, and we discussed hunting the good stuff and finding that green, beautiful garden in the hood and helping provide soil for it. We moved on and talked about marijuana and other things, and that I really don't. I mean, I've smoked weed before, but not like you guys do. Yeah, I mean, it was an interesting night with plenty of topics that were good. I think Southside. I think you should stay in the community because if you leave, then the waters just get muddier. We get worse people in, and the good ones leave. Then we wind up with a community of scumbags. So believe it or not, you are the auditor that this community needs. So are you, Peachy. And we need to bring in people like that new girl, Beanie. We need to bring Beanie in
Yep.
and make her a good auditor.
Yep.
And not have her look up to people who are scumbags.
My subscribers, the chat, they really inspire me. I love my subscribers, and I love communicating with my chat. And I'm a very genuine person, and I say what I mean and mean what I say. And
by the way,
yeah,
you run. I emailed you about something with Shiva and I were discussing, and you took care of that issue, right? That whole the whole I'm running your channel guy who was doing that behind your back without you really hearing it. Do you remember that?
are you speaking?
It's really bad when people speak in code. I haven't got the first
Remember
idea
2
what you're
weeks
talking
ago,
about.
you and I were yelling at that guy who kept yelling at us and tried to control the Peachy's panel. And I sent her a couple scrolls. You were like, you don't know this part. I sent her a couple screenshots to kind of help her show the light.
I know who you're talking about now.
Guamitmo or whatever his name is. Guatimo or something like that.
Want me to?
Have you handled that?
I'll email you. I have some questions that I don't want to say on panel.
Okay. Mr. Klein, unpack everything.
All right, I thought it was a really good stream. Southside Slakr, I think you know what you want to do. You were talking about how you wanted to go into the behind the scenes and get into the more political aspect. I think that is something you should totally do, whether you do it on camera or not. I think you feel the need to do something like that, and also I would suggest looking into maybe and helping the new generation of auditors. Maybe offer say, hey, send me a video. I can give you some tips on it, what you guys did right, what you did wrong, sort of thing, to kind of help the community out. I mean, if you not sure if you want to go out and do it yourself, maybe that will also give you the spark to go out and do it yourself again. Um, Thanks for having me on, Sancho. Peachy, good to see you here again. Shiva, this is my first time really meeting you, so you seem like a really cool person.
Likewise.
Officer Oak, again, thanks. DFK, I don't really recognize the name, but you seem pretty cool too.
Aren't you
That's
Trippy?
about it. No, I'm not trippy.
Oh,
What?
Oh, it sure sounds like Trippy.
what?
What? What?
Trippy.
He sounds like Trippy.
Trippy's another one that really needs to be influenced in a good way because he seems like he's young and he is young and he seems like he wants to get out and start filming. But I think that uh, he could be a good one, a good cop watcher.
I think everyone has the potential to be good, but he's so sucked in already.
Yeah, I know. That's why he needs a good mentor. Hint, somebody, Slakr, someone.
All right, let's talk about YouTube channels real quick, and then we'll end it. Peachy Rider, how many subs are you at now, and how can we find you on the searchable YouTube search engine bar?
Just Adventures with Peachy Rider or Peachy Rider's Arrested. How about that? I'm at 3,000. I don't know, a little over 3,000.
Awesome. Mr. Southside, how can we find you on the YouTube search bar?
Just Southside Slakr 210, man. You pull it up, I'm sure you'll find either my channel. My videos ain't up yet, but you'll find somebody else that has videos of me that's up and about. So, yeah, just type in Southside Slakr and I'll pop up. You'll see me, the skinny guy with the braids on, buck teeth.
Question of the night: how the fuck do we find Shiva on YouTube search engine? 'Cause I had some trouble tonight.
It's Shiva the Shiva. Yeah, I've got a whopping 201 subscribers.
We gotta change that. We gotta subscribe. Everyone on this panel needs subscriptions. They need more. What was I gonna say? I don't want to say they need more views because they're very good at what they do, and I enjoy every one of their panels. Besides because he doesn't really do a panel, but he goes on panels along with Southside. But I really thoroughly enjoy Shiva's show and Kenny's show, so it's kind of cool seeing them in the same panel at once. And Oak is a very underrated video editor. He does very good video edits, and it's something that he's getting better and better at. Oak, how can we find your channel on YouTube, and how do we get you more subs?
I should probably start making more content. But I do have content. I should make more, but I do have some. I think if you Google Officer Oak, I should come up. And you can watch my videos I have there. Generally, what the videos consist of are kind of like, how we get these like 5, 7, 4-hour live streams, I'll consolidate them down into like the highlights of when I come on the panel and do my little rant or whatever I'm doing. And then I'll have clips of things that are interesting and put them all together. Instead of watching 4 hours of something, you can watch 10 minutes and it'll be much more easier and interesting.
What would you, Shiva, and I'm going to ask Shiva and then Kenny, please plug your channel. What would, Shiva, you describe your channel to someone who has no idea about? I know you don't like putting it in a box, but what would the general description be of your channel?
Oh, I don't know anymore. My old channel used to be kind of scam baiting, and then I kind of branched out into hosting panels, and No, I'm not. Now I don't have access to that channel, and there's no scam baiting content on my channel. So I suppose at the moment I would describe it as
Entertainment.
Drunk stream.
entertainment. No, the drunk streams are quite rare. Entertainment and critique, I suppose, and trolling. I suppose it's the channel for the trolls and the haters. I guess. I mean,
The Drama Dome.
even though I'm not a hater, really.
Is the drone stream only on days that end with Y?
Hey, thank you for subscribing, Diamond Justice.
Right on.
I guess their stream got shut down early.
Kenny Klein, how would you describe your channel to those who
My
don't
channel-
know about it?
My channel is all about I examine videos of other auditors or just any crazy YouTube person that's out there. I try and call out any of the frauditors that are, when they're telling their bullshit lies. I've been branching out doing a lot more panels. I'm really enjoying those. I sometimes do an occasional park audit. And I'm actually trying to go into some sort of like games. I'm trying to figure out this game to do with everybody. But my channel is basically, I created it so people could have a place to come, enjoy the friendship that's developed through subscribers, and a place where they can make a comment and not worry about it being removed because it's something that doesn't agree with me or the mods or something like that. The mods have two simple rules. As long as it's not racist or as long as it's not against YouTube guidelines, that's it. Everything else is good to go. And you can find it just Kenny Klein TV, and it's easy to find.
What is a park audit?
Yep. Go ahead.
What is a park audit?
A park audit. Well, I'll go to like just a public park and I'll start talking to squirrels. I basically it's kind of like a mock audit. I'll just go out and I'll film the squirrels and I'll be like, they'll they'll call me a tyrant or something. Or when birds fly away, look, there's a fly of shame sort of thing. Just stupid stuff like that. It's something to have a little fun with.
What's your
I haven't done one in a while. I haven't done one in a while, but I enjoy them. They're quite entertaining for myself.
I think I was in a live one, Kenny. I enjoyed it. It was fun.
Yeah.
The squirrels are like secret agents.
Well, like the big thing about squirrels is like the first second they have to violate your rights, they will.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Birds too, man. And those insects are the worst, man.
They'll absolutely become the king of fucks if they had a chance.
Exactly.
They will.
Don't bite me, mosquito. I'll take you down.
I'm gonna end this. I'm gonna coincidentally end this at 4:20. Oh no, wait, 4:21 now, so I can't 4:20 it.
All right. Good night, guys.
I want to thank
Thank you,
everybody. Thank you to the mods who've been amazing tonight. You've all been done an amazing job. Thank you to the mods. Thank you to the panel members. Thank you to Southside Slakr. Thank you. We hope to see all your videos back up. We hope to see a spark in you. We hope that you've seen the love that everybody has in this and the positivity that you can continually come back and feed off of as a way to continually do this, because let's be honest, this is a very difficult line of work and it can wear on you and it can become toxic, and taking a break is necessary, but never forgetting who you are as an individual and why you got into this in the first place, you can never lose sight of. That is my final advice, and I want to thank everybody for coming on, and everybody have a great night, and I'll try my best to be on tomorrow night. I'm really high when I say this at the end of the shows. Stop holding me responsible for saying that if I don't do a stream tomorrow night or tonight.